This was such I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans as a season opener coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was alive.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was, the players, the coaches, media, everything, and I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year, but you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, I'm just like it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from, the place was amazing yesterday. Everybody was in their seat like at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than usual.
They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively. And Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating.
I'd prefer to not be here right now. Welcome in. People, I thought we were done with it. I thought we were done with having to lower our expectations, but that's where I'm at. It's a beautiful day here in Detroit. It's a beautiful life. But I have to tell you, I have to lower my expectations for this team because they're not ready for it. They're not ready to deliver on what I thought they were ready to deliver on. Because yesterday was unforgivable. That was as rat-ass, sloppy, nonsense a performance as you're going to see. 10 days rest, coming home, a team coming to town who has no playmakers up front and has street free agents at both tackle spots. You hit the quarterback one time. This team went out and made mistakes that they just don't make. And whether it's, I got a real problem with one of the fourth downs, but that's fine. The fumble to come out of the half, to flip the game on its ear. This defense on third down, able to do nothing. Nothing. And Rico's BFF, Geno Smith, beats us again.
For everyone out there who is suffering from constant joint pain, I know it's been a tough summer. All you want to do is get outside, go for walks, play golf, and you want to be able to do it pain-free. But now that fall is here, here's the good news. The incredible doctors at Straith Orthopedics can help. They'll make sure you get back to enjoying all your favorite activities just as soon as possible. And I'm telling you all the time about patients who rave about the life-changing care that Straith Orthopedics has given them. They're some of the highest-rated specialists in Southeast Michigan. My dad went there. New knee. It's back playing softball. I've had other family members, and they are back to doing the things that they love. And now it's your turn. Start living your life pain-free. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or visit online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. And Straith also offers free lunch with the doctor events. So if you want to learn more about the minimally invasive, innovative treatments that they offer, and in a no-obligation, casual setting, you can meet with a Straith doctor in person and ask all your questions. Call 855-STRAIGHT for an event near you. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
248-539-9797. Yeah, treating it like halftime was probably not the best response.
No, I'm kind of left wondering. You're down 10. I get that. Okay, I'm following you.
Okay.
And then you score a touchdown, which I thought was a great response.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, it's the only one you could have at that point is scoring a touchdown. Your defense goes out there and gets a stop. You get the ball back with 1:44 to go in the game, not halftime. And, I mean, what was going through my mind is why I was struggling with the follow-up is I was trying to follow him in his thinking. And I'm going to have to go back and listen to it again. But you have the opportunity to basically not put your defense out there at all.
Right.
Not just in the game. And I get if you go out there and you kick a field goal and there's 35 seconds left on the clock. They had timeouts. I understand that concern that you have given them time to get in field goal range and kick a field goal. But if you score a touchdown and you're a little bit more aggressive, whether it's play calling or it's using of the clock, and you score a touchdown, now they have to go the length of the field instead of just getting in field goal range.
Exactly. And look.
And then you win the game.
And the third down play, which was after this, on second down was the incomplete pass that stopped the clock to St. Brown. That was a bad throw by Goff. And then on 3rd and 6, they run a short pass to Gibbs that they get 3 yards, and then he uses a second timeout to kick the field goal, which is fine. But they let the clock bleed down to 20. If he was in touchdown range, if it wasn't 4th down, they would have stopped the clock and took a shot at the end zone, you would think. So the actual time management wasn't horrible. And believe me, you know how I am about clock management. They just ran out of downs. Because if they would have been normal, what most teams would do in that situation to take a couple shots at the end zone and not, I don't know if he was worried that Goff was going to throw an interception or whatever. I don't, that's what you do. And they didn't do that. That's what was so disheartening. Yeah,
I just felt like they're missing a set of downs. And, yeah, you go 1st and 10 at the 50, you pick up a first. You go 1st and 10 at the 38, you pick up a first. You go 1st and 10 at the 27. And then, the field gets shorter. It gets smaller. It gets squished. There's a lot more bodies in a tight space. But my goal is that you're able to find a way to get that first down. And you're playing for that first down instead of check down, playing for a field goal while the clock is going down.
Right. I mean, I don't get. Playing for a field goal. I don't know.
I just, again, I go back to your aggressive for the whole game, but for 3 different times, you go for it on 4th down. And once you convert it, the other 2 you don't. And I'm of the mindset I'm going to live to learn with and accept the aggressive nature as long as that is consistent throughout. Like if you're going to be aggressive, then be aggressive. And then with 2 minutes left, with 1:44 left and 3 timeouts, go be aggressive.
Let's say good morning to Mark in Canton. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, I want to start off by saying I am a big fan of Dan Campbell, but after listening to that interview, the question about being conservative at the end of the game, comparing it to halftime, I don't understand his answer there. I would have rather just him said, "Hey, we played it wrong. We should have taken more shots, but I just don't think us as fans want to hear that you're comparing the end of the game when you have control to halftime." And like I said, I'm a big fan of him. That kind of really confused me and just kind of, I don't know, made me question, like, why are you so aggressive 99% of the time? But then the one chance you get to be aggressive to steal the game, I don't know, man. That really confused
believe
me.
You are not alone in your
probably amongst the majority.
We're all confused.
Yeah, and when you look at it, okay, at halftime you're going in and you know that you get the ball in the second half. You have no idea what's going to happen with that coin toss in overtime.
Right. It's time for Tuesday's edition of the Two Grand Slam, which is at the end of the show, not at the half of the show. So, Gator?
It's me here. Is Doug doing it?
Oh, okay. Doug is here. Let's go, Doug. Here we go. We only have one.
Oh, I saw the look. Yeah.
Oh, boy. We
Should we combine on it?
No, can't do that.
No.
There's you can't phone a friend.
Back and forth.
Yeah.
You do
Yeah.
question one, I do question two.
Sure, let's do
let's
that.
try it. What the
Okay.
hell?
Let's see.
Oh,
There
I
are
guess-
some movie
there
questions.
we go. All right.
All right,
So who's going first?
Who's
on
You go
top?
first.
Gator goes first. All right, here we go. Start the clock. Who does Michigan play this coming weekend?
Rutgers.
What is the capital of New Jersey?
Camden.
Who wears jersey number 26 for the Detroit Lions?
Jameer Gibbs.
This coach won 3 Super Bowls with the Washington Redskins.
Gibbs.
Joe Perry is the lead guitarist for this band.
Aerosmith.
The Falcons drafted this running back 8th overall this past April.
Bijan.
Duncan Robinson plays for this NBA team.
Name an NBA team.
The Knicks.
Where did Tim Duncan play college?
Wake Forest.
Gary Sinise played Lieutenant Dan in this movie.
Forrest Gump.
He played James Bond in the 2006 version of Casino Royale.
Not Denzel Washington.
Timothy.
Oliphant.
Pass? Okay, it goes back to Gator.
Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig is correct. All right, you guys got 8.
Yes.
The capital of New Jersey is Trenton. And Duncan Robinson plays for the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you said. No.
It would have been better.
Via the
What's
New
the
York
capital
Knicks.
of New Jersey? Miami. Who does Duncan Robinson play for? Camden.
All right, boys.
8 out of 10, buddy.
I don't know.
I'll take it.
So
Sure. Yeah.
I-
Second place.
You didn't like the halftime answer either.
What?
Yeah.
This is it warrants a bunch of follow-ups.
Yeah.
And you guys don't have time for it. You
Yeah.
guys hit all the right notes with him, asked all the right questions. It's a deeper dive. We'll get into it.
All right.
Jared Goff at 10:30.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he knew it was the end of the game. Carson Anderson next. 97 won the ticket.
All right. Doug Carson and Scott Anderson, as you heard. We're on the air from 10 to 2. Monday through Friday. And glad to be with you. Some advice. Download the Odyssey app for your mobile device so you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States and Canada. AUDACY. It's free. And there's going to come a time where you wish you had it. You're like, oh, wow, big trade for the Red Wings. Or can't believe the Lions won that game. And you're going to be on business. Where are they going to be on business, Gator?
Kokomo.
Kokomo, right. And you're going to want to hear what's said. And Kokomo Sports Radio won't be talking about the Lions' big win. So get the Odyssey app for your mobile device today, AUDACY, or you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Also, you can stream with video. I was talking to my mom today, and she's having a problem with the app to stream the video. And
you got to fix that. She wants to hear me on the air.
Well, she doesn't just want to hear, she wants to see. And she said, I just can't get Twix to work.
Was she using left or right Twix?
So anyway, you can go to twitch.tv, and there we are, bang. And you can participate in the streaming chat. You can also stream video with YouTube TV, or youtube.com rather, and search up 971 The Ticket. They've got comments rolling there. So join one of these fine communities that take in the show. So there we go. How are you today?
I'm all right.
Yep.
I'm all right. So the Joe Perry question, the guitar player for Aerosmith.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I don't think they planned that question because of this, but that was the Photoshop Gator contest that we did years ago.
Where you were? Was it ended up on Freep.com or something? Picture you?
No, it was on Yahoo.
So Yahoo.
Yeah.
This guy. So you're standing, for people who missed that, you were standing, you were like front row, and you're standing there, and somebody took your picture as you looked up lovingly at Joe Perry.
Well, I don't know if it was lovingly. It was admiration.
It was
great
definitely
guitar player.
It was lovingly.
It looked like you locked eyes or something, man. You were like in awe.
I'll tell you what was really awkward about that. Having seats like that is amazing, right? But when you're seeing a band live, and the band is known for having more than one ballad, it can get uncomfortable when the lead singer comes around, and because there's lots of famales in the audience. But then when he's like looking right at you and he's singing one of the ballads,
What are you supposed to do, Gator?
exactly. Like, what do I do with my hands? Do I need to go up and get a beer?
Show him, all right? Let's see.
Like,
Make sure we can see him.
I'm not going to sing the song back to you, Stephen. But
You like look away, or
it was really one of the most awkward things I've gone through in my life.
and I don't want to miss a thing.
Right, exactly.
You're like,
Yeah. Don't want to close my eyes. Don't want to sit here now.
and Gator's just like looking up like in this Yahoo picture. I hope it's like a Getty image or something now. Where they can.
I don't want to close my eyes either.
I was so uncomfortable when he was singing it. This isn't good, And I'm like one guy in like a sea of women. All of a sudden, all the women like start coming over there, and they're all like fawning over Steven Tyler. Throw me a scarf, and I'm like, please don't throw anything.
Right? It's Gator in the face.
Right. He like hands it directly to me. I chose you, man. Thanks, Steven Tyler of Aerosmith. It was uncomfortable.
Well, you had your moment.
You
guys had a moment together.
Great show.
Yeah.
Would you like to go
Fantastic
backstage, sir?
I think.
I know, right?
Is there an expectation? I mean, like to have a beer or something, right?
Let's
Hang
hang
out,
out.
talk music, that? Yeah.
Are we going to pal around? We're going to pal around.
Wait a minute. Can we define pal around? I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Boundaries.
So how are you today? Anything exciting last night, Monday night? He saw it. I just want to state for the record, he saw it.
I didn't see it live.
No, but he saw it.
I saw it, all right.
He saw it.
Kang then sent out the text message to both of us. You guys started talking about the Chubb injury, and I'm like, or you started talking about actually the news of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which I hadn't seen yet. And so I immediately went to Twitter and started looking at Dave Burkett's Twitter account for the Lions, and like, oh no, this is no good. And then you guys start talking about Chubb, and Kang said, "Did you see the Chubb thing?" And I'm like, "I didn't." And then I'm like,
for people who did not see it, running back Cleveland Browns, Nick Chubb, took a hit directly square to the knee. The knee flexed in an unflexible way. It went the exact opposite direction. It's awful, okay? It's awful. There's two things about it that stood out. One is, in this day and age of broadcast, and this is in the Steelers-Browns Monday night, one of the 2 Monday night games last night. In this day and age of broadcasting, the accessibility is incredible, video and audio, and you could hear him screaming on the field. And that, as soon as I actually was working on stuff for Rutgers and wasn't watching the screen when it happened, and I heard somebody yelling. And I was like, what is that? And then you could see, at first I was like, what happened to Minkah Fitzpatrick? Because he was down too. And then they mentioned that Chubb was injured, and it was kind of quiet, and you could hear him yelling. And then the broadcaster said, you know what, we're not going to show this. And then the entire stadium went, ooh.
Oh.
Because they
really?
showed the replay in-house.
Wow.
And it was literally as they're saying, we're not going to show this. You heard the entire stadium react
Just like a
to
gasp.
seeing this grotesque bending of the knee. And so immediately, of course, I'm thinking, warning, Gator Graphic. We are totally doing this on tomorrow's show. And then Kang brought attention to it, and Gator sought it out, and he has seen it.
I didn't see that. Kang then sent me the actual GIF of the injury, or GIF, or whatever the hell it is, of the injury, and it is I mean, I don't know how it didn't snap in half and just the rest of the leg just go flying off. I don't know how it didn't do that. This was reminiscent to me of the Willis McGahee injury in the national championship game, Ohio State against Miami.
Yep.
And McGahee was amazing college running back, was going to be an amazing pro until this happened, the leg went bowing the other way. It's not like the kneecap was shooting out the back of the knee type. It was unbelievable.
It's just terrible.
I don't know. Like, his leg became a dog leg. Like, they're not supposed to bend that way, and it was sickening.
Do dog legs bend the wrong way?
Well, they call it dog leg. It's a permanent shift. It's already in that cocked and pivoted position. But it's the back leg. But it's just it was disgusting, and I felt so bad for him that happened. Great running back, great young player, and to see that now, that's something he can come back from. I mean, modern science is unbelievable, right?
Well, it's the same leg he hurt in college, though, so I'm not sure.
So he's not going to come back. Is that the same one?
Yes.
Poor guy.
I mean, every CL is gone.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, there goes his second contract. Or he got a second
Yeah,
contract?
he did,
He?
luckily.
Good for him. This is why I advocate for running backs, man. I mean, this is just a brutal position to play.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. And of course, we have our share of injuries, too.
What? Who?
And you know what's funny? Well, we'll get to it. Nothing's funny, but we will get to it coming up today at 10:18. Jared Goff joins us at 10:30. We'll discuss what's next for this team, and I want to give him an opportunity to tell fans that were panicked in the wake of the loss and the injuries why they shouldn't. Why they shouldn't. He's in that room. I mean, in a lot of ways, we're going to talk to a guy that controls the outcomes of what happens next as much as anybody, and see if he can bring some of those people, get them to walk away from the ledge. Back up from the ledge.
I really hope people were watching on Twitch and YouTube, because that was quite the visual you had.
I slid away from the mic. Back away from the ledge.
Get away from the babysitter.
Yep. Yeah, but, well, what?
Sorry, that's
back.
risky business.
All right. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1.
So if you're looking to try something new in the world of bourbon as we get into the fall season, and look, I'm not the only one. Most people will kind of go seasonal, what they switch over to, and fall is bourbon time, man. If you haven't tried Flying Ace Spirits bourbon yet, you got to try it out. It is delicious bourbon. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit, and it's a versatile spirit, so you can drink it any way you want. You want to do shots at a tailgate with your friends to get things started? Sure. You just want a a sipper, just enjoy the game while you're watching it, and then just sip away at the bourbon. Have it that way. You want to pour it on the rocks, no problem. Heck, you can even mix it with ginger ale or with cola or whatever you like. No side eye from anybody. This is a great whiskey to enjoy. This is only $30 a bottle, so it's not going to bust your budget at all. It's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan, and yep, Flying Ace Spirits is part of the Coppercraft family. In fact, my brother was just out on the west side of the state where the Coppercraft distillery is and sent me a picture. Says, hey, have you seen these? And these were different flavors of the Flying Ace bourbon that they had out there. I'm like, I know they're not available here, but yeah, go ahead and buy them. And he brought them over, and I've sampled them, and delicious. Caramel corn and cinnamon, and they have a black cherry as well. But right now, what you got to concentrate on here is the Flying Ace bourbon that they have, because it is fantastic. Take it to a tailgate. Wow, all your friends. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey from the Maverick at heart. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
This was such I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans as a season opener, coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was alive.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was. The players, the coaches, media, everything. And I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year. But you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, I'm just like it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from, the place was amazing yesterday. Everybody was in their seat like at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than usual.
They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively, and Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 to take it. The Lions have made a move.
So is there a trade?
No.
Someone on the IR?
Zonovan Knight has been signed to them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's running back. 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 Yeah. He's running ba So he's going to get a crack at live action this weekend against the Atlanta Falcons. I suspect he'll play, but he's some people were very excited. In fact, some of our callers suggested going to get him when
before preseason,
the preseason when he got released. And I like it when the callers can do that, and they did. It was well done. So anyway, those that were in the Zonovan night camp, you're gonna get to see him. So Jared Goff's going to join us at 10:30. All right. So look, there's the loss, which you compartmentalize and you put that over here. But then there's also the injuries. The Lions, it feels like, are now going to be without Taylor Decker. Campbell addressed it today, and he didn't close the door, but he didn't sound particularly enthusiastic.
No, he didn't. Saying that it's a day-to-day thing with him, and he's getting better every day, which sounds an awful lot like it did a couple years ago, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
When he had the finger injury. Like, is he really out? Is he still out? He's still out. He's still out. And then, yeah, that begot a lot of phone calls about Taylor Decker, but
so he's
got to come back.
There's no word on Vaitai. I haven't seen or heard anything. If anybody has seen it, feel free, but I have not. We try and cover everything, but I've been looking for it. There's no update on Vaitai. David Montgomery.
Day-to-day.
Yep. But they just signed Zonovan Knight to the roster from the practice squad, so that tells you something. On defense, the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury, concerning. James Houston out now. Those guys might be back before the end of the year. It sounds like the window is open for that possibility.
Well, one's reportedly a broken leg.
Thought it was an ankle, but whatever.
Yeah, one of the bones down there. So, was it? Did I see tibula or something? I said, but maybe it is ankle. Either way, he's out like 6 to 8 weeks.
Yep.
At least. This is a problem. And Gardner Johnson, if it's the report last night was a torn pec and it could be a season ender. That's devastating. For a guy that was coming to this team, we were so excited about because he's a ball hawk out there in the secondary. He wants to be a leader on defense. He's a very vocal guy, and for him to miss some time it's going to hurt.
So, I will tell you that the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury sucks, but I would also argue that is the position with the best player to assume that role in Tracy Walker. Now, Tracy Walker wasn't starting for a reason, right? But he's been pretty damn good at times for this Lions team in the last couple of years. I will contend I'm still more worried about the offensive line. And at this point, I mean, there's a chance, I suppose, that Vaitai and Decker can go this weekend. It's only Tuesday. But I will feel a lot better and feel like they can survive the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury because they've got Tracy Walker. Now, they can't afford too many more injuries back there, but who's a more adept backup at any position than Tracy Walker?
Well, and I would assume that's what the move would be, but could they also put Brian Branch at that position and Will Harris goes into Brian Branch's slot corner? Is that a possibility?
They could. I mean,
they've got a number of ways they can go.
That's basically deciding to play Will Harris over Tracy Walker, and I can't imagine them making that decision. But they could. They could. And Emmanuel Mosley, Campbell wasn't particularly optimistic about that this morning.
No, he wasn't. And I got the feeling when I was hearing that's a move that is very disappointing for this team, that the hamstring injury happened. And when hindsight comes in, is that one that you're going to say should have been put on, PUP list or short-term IR or something earlier on? Because if he misses like 4 games, then it's kind of a waste because you could have done that. But I really hope they get him back soon because he's, he was signed to be a difference maker, to be that big upgrade at cornerback, and they need to get better coverage after what we saw on Sunday.
I mean, he was made available because injury history.
Yeah.
He had it with the Niners, and he obviously, was getting over it when he got here. And now another injury popped up that they, obviously didn't foresee coming. And that's why you're right. If it is longer than 4 weeks, they had no idea of knowing that, though. The CJ Gardner-Johnson possibly being out for the year, that I told you yesterday, I was maybe on the ledge. I'm on the ledge now and it's not just that injury, but that kind of put it over the top. I mean, Sunday's loss was one thing. It's the loss of bodies at this point. I mean, attrition is part of the NFL, but my God, I feel like I can't remember a week where they lost this many players and this many starters, right?
Yeah,
I mean, Decker was already out, but
Dan Campbell said this morning, he's like, we're gonna be thin. And then he pointed out we were kind of like that last year to start the season too. And I was thinking, and went 1-6 for the start. Let's not have a repeat.
Yeah, I mean it ain't great, but this is the NFL, man. I've said for like the last half a decade, attrition's such a big part of this game, and you've got to have as much depth as possible. We believed in the depth prior to the year. So the question becomes, do you still believe in the depth? But I will contend I'm still more worried about the offensive line injuries than any other position. And that's just me. They didn't generate a ton of pass rush, and one of the guys that they were counting on doing that is James Houston, and he's out 6 to 8 weeks. And last year they had massive problems in the secondary, and one of the guys they brought in to help solidify that group, led the NFL in interceptions last year, is now out for who knows how long. By the way, do we stop and talk about the fact that he played most of that game with a potential season-ending injury?
I mean, that was something that I thought, if he's hurt, how is he playing 60-something snaps in this game?
Yep.
that's why I thought it was a stinger of some sort when he came back, Torn pec. I mean, Spielman, I believe, played like an entire year with the torn pec. But that guy was
1995. I think was year.
He's an incredible badass, but in that position to be tackling basically with one arm.
So,
not that CJ Gardner-Johnson isn't, but this is something you don't mess around with. It's hard to play with one arm, essentially.
Yeah,
but can be done. Apparently,
well, he's on a 1-year deal. I don't know if he wants to risk. He's got to get a contract next year.
Like
right?
each injury is different in severity, and each player is different with how they can react to it. I mean, I don't know. It's nice to know that Chris Spielman's in the building. He can talk to him about it.
Yeah, what is he going to say?
I don't know.
Heal up.
If you want to be a badass.
Hey, man, you want to talk about it? No? All right.
Okay. Good talk.
We'll talk with Lions quarterback Jared Goff coming up at 10:31. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1.
I'd prefer to not be here right now. Welcome in. I just, people, I thought we were done with it. I thought we were done with having to lower our expectations, but that's where I'm at. It's a beautiful day here in Detroit. It's a beautiful life. But I have to tell you, I have to lower my expectations for this team because they're not ready for it. They're not ready to deliver on what I thought they were ready to deliver on. Because yesterday was unforgivable. That was as rat-ass, sloppy, nonsense a performance as you're going to see. 10 days rest, coming home, a team coming to town who has no playmakers up front and has street free agents at both tackle spots. You hit the quarterback one time. This team went out and made mistakes that they just don't make. And whether it's, I got a real problem with one of the fourth downs, but that's fine. The fumble to come out of the half, to flip the game on its ear. This defense on third down, able to do nothing. Nothing. And Rico's BFF, Geno Smith, beats us again.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 to take it. Tuesday's game week. We talk with Jared Goff, and we'll get to him in a few moments. The Detroit Lions quarterback.
Game week.
Lions take
Game week. Hell yes.
Yep. And I mean, look, turn the page. Atlanta, right? It's a winnable game, but they're off to a 2-0 start.
Yep.
It feels like a critical game early in the season, and I think
There you go.
I just walked right into it, didn't I? I walked right into it.
It kind of does feel like it's a critical game.
Game week, critical game. Got it. Yeah, I'm hitting all the notes.
Gator, you were at the game Sunday, right, at
Yes.
Ford Field? I was watching at home. Greg Olson did the game.
Yeah.
The A team for Fox, right? He says critical. I don't know if it's because of you. I notice anytime anyone says critical now, my man doesn't stop saying critical. Like every time he said it, I wanted to play the drop. Greg Olson, critical. This is a critical third down. This is a critical throw. This is a critical play.
That's his thing. That's his thing. You know what I loved? I loved that the national broadcast showed up and they literally couldn't stop talking about the atmosphere. They couldn't stop talking about how loud it was.
It was hard not to notice. It really was hard not to notice. I mean, I saw people that brought earplugs with them. I mean, it was so great just, walking into the stadium and the streets just covered in blue with people walking into the game. People that were going to stick around and watch the game from, at a bar somewhere. It was just an incredible atmosphere. When I walked in, the concourse was just jam-packed with people because everybody wanted to be there early. They wanted to be there to cheer the team on when they ran onto the field and certainly be there for the opening kickoff. And for the most part, they were. It was, was it 65,000 people? There were probably over 60,000 people in there when kickoff happened. It was not a late arriving crowd.
Do they come back and do the same thing next week?
I think they do. I think you have to lose a little bit, and not because they lost the game, but I think you have to lose a little bit of the crowd just because it's the second home game. It's not the first one. It's not the one that happened right after they beat the Chiefs. So I can't imagine it'll be as loud, but it'll be dictated by how the team plays. If the team's playing well, the crowd's going to go nuts for them, If they surgically move themselves right down the field and score touchdowns, yeah. If they have a reason to cheer, if there's an interception, a fumble recovery, a big sack, absolutely. The crowd's going to react. This crowd is dying to react.
Yeah. Yep. Still hungry.
Yeah.
Still very hungry.
When Anzalone finally tracked down Geno Smith at the end of that play, took him down at the 3-yard line, the place was as loud as it was. It was unbelievable, and then they played for halftime.
We'll get to that later. We'll get to it later, but 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We await Jared Goff. Let's go to Steve here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, morning, boys. How are you today?
We're good.
Quick question before we get started. Do you guys believe that the Lions are a good team this year?
Yes.
Because that goes to my point. Okay, perfect. Then good teams always find a way to win. Look what San Francisco did with third and fourth string players last year. They made it to an NFC championship.
Yep.
I don't think anyone in the world believed that would actually happen when you heard all the injuries that happened to San Francisco.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
You're right.
your friendly reminder.
Carson Anderson, our weekly conversation with the quarterback of the Lions, Jared Goff, who joins us now. And Jared, let's start with the beginning, driving down to Ford Field and getting in that building, the atmosphere, the fans. You played in Super Bowls. You played in Seattle a bunch. How did this compare?
Yeah, it was fun, man. It was fun that morning being there and seeing all the fans and tailgating, driving in. And then the energy in the crowd, it was the best home atmosphere I've ever played in front of, and excited for it to hopefully continue to be that way.
What time do you get there in the morning, and how did this one differ from previous game days when you get down there?
I get there at the same time. This was no different.
No, I meant the crowd as far as what you saw out there. How different was it compared to what you've seen before on game days?
You're saying pregame?
Yeah, just driving in. Like, did you notice that there were more people?
Sure. Yeah. There was much more outside walking around, tailgating. A lot more people wearing jerseys walking around. There's much more excitement. And then even like you mentioned, pregame, being in the stadium pregame. Tons of more people there, and it was a lot of fun.
The crowd's that loud. Is it almost sometimes? Does it get too loud at times for you guys on the field?
Never. When we're on offense, you don't want them to be loud. But when we're on defense, be as loud as they want. They gave the Seahawks some issues in their procedure stuff, and it's an advantage for us. But no, when we're on offense, we'd like them to stay as quiet as possible.
You're a leader of this team. We took some calls from fans yesterday that were really almost panicked and not just losing the game, but the injuries as they piled up, and we got word of C.J. Gardner-Johnson and all that. Direct line to the fans. What do you say to those that are worried? How do you reinstill confidence?
Yeah, we're 1-1. We got 15 games left to see how the rest of the season shapes out. It's a long season. A lot of things come and go. A lot of things change. Obviously, sick about CJ. He'll be out for a little while, but it's a long year, and we got to make sure we're still coming ready to play every week and continuing to find a way to win games.
Got to ask about a play in that game. What was up with the late hit by Darrell Taylor, who just took a free run at you?
Yeah, I genuinely think it was an honest mistake. He thought I had the ball, and took a pretty good hit at me there. He did a little sack celebration, thinking he got a sack. Unfortunately, it was about a 10 to 15 yard gain going the other way. But yeah, he'll get a little check in the mail, I'm sure, at some point this week. But I know it was an honest mistake, so no harm.
So you get up and then you kind of walk over to him and say something. Were you kind of hoping that your offensive linemen were right behind you in a hurry, or were you ready to throw down at that point?
You think I'm ready to throw down at any point?
Hey, you're a bigger guy than people might think. I mean, you're 6'4", man. You're a professional football player.
Yeah, I'm not throwing down with anybody at any point. Certainly not during the middle of the game with the defensive lineman, but had some words for him, sure.
As a player, how long does it take for you to digest a loss like that and throw it in the garbage before you can concentrate on what's next up, which is the Atlanta Falcons? How long do you give yourself to, if you're beating up yourself or whatever?
Yeah, it's usually, the 24-hour rule is what they say. Win or lose, I try to tend to move on even quicker than that and get in the building on Monday and even Sunday night and start on the next opponent. These weeks go by fast, and the further ahead you can get in your film study and where you're going to be, the more at ease you'll be towards the end of the week. So, I try to move on pretty quickly, win or lose.
One of the things early in this season, it looks like you've really immediately developed a chemistry with Sam Laporta. 10 catches on 11 targets. He's making plays for you guys out there. He's getting open. Tell us a little bit about where he's at right now. And am I right? Is this an early chemistry that you've got with him?
Yeah, man. He does a hell of a job. Ever since he's gotten here, he's a guy that I've noticed has great hands, great football instincts, runs great routes, has a great feel for the game. I guess that's what I'm saying with the football instincts, and understands space and is a guy that I began to trust, and I know where he's going to be. He's got really strong hands at the catch point. You saw that with that one late in the game on the 3rd and 12. So when guys are making plays across the middle and catching balls like he is, it gains a lot of trust from me to want to continue to give it to him. And he's still young, but he's learning, and we're still going right along.
Can you take us into the huddle and describe what it's like when things are going so well for you as an offense, like they were at times, most of the time on Sunday? And what are players saying when they get back in there? Are players more vocal? Is it business like? Anybody get cocky when things are going well? What's it like?
To be honest with you, it's the same as when it's in from the outside looking in, not going well. If we're driving right along, we're pretty steady. If we're not driving right along, we're pretty steady. I wish there was a better answer for you, but there isn't much emotion into it. You just kind of go about your business, play in and play out. The guys are ready to go. They're very focused and listen to the play and line up and execute. What do you attribute that to? Is that your calming influence? Did somebody have a calming influence on you? Where does that come from? I think it's just pretty standard in the NFL that guys have to be able to line up and do their job. If they're running super high with emotion in between plays, it's pretty hard to focus on what you're supposed to do. And I guess you can attribute it to the maturity level of our guys and certainly our offensive line and the way they set the tempo for us. So guys fall into place, but. No, I mean, it's very focused in there, and guys are ready to go.
Last drive of regulation, in retrospect, do you wish there was a greater sense of urgency to try and get the ball in the end zone? It's a delicate balance, and I've got a lot of respect for that balance, that dance that you play. And, of course you want to get 6 there. You want to score a touchdown on any of those plays. But at the same time, there's an idea in the back of your head that you don't want to kick a field goal with 45 seconds left. So you do have to run those scenarios as you're going, and it is a delicate dance there. But of course you'd like to get 6, and unfortunately we didn't. And then you lose the coin toss, you don't get a chance. But when we win the coin toss, you like to think it's a different game, and but it sometimes goes that way. Could you tell, was Seattle specifically defending the end zone? I mean, did they defend it in such a way? No? Okay. Without David Montgomery, how ready is Jahmyr Gibbs for a bigger load? Yeah, man, he's done a great job. He's done a great job getting himself ready. I think his workload was continuing to increase regardless, and David's done a hell of a job. I thought David ran his tail off the other day and gave us some stuff in some run game situations that weren't favorable, and he made some great runs after. So, we'll miss him, but Gibby's going to be ready to go, and it'll be good. What do you look forward to most on game day? Is there a certain play that you've worked on in practice that you can't wait to execute? Is it simply testing yourself against the opposition? What is it about game day that you most look forward to? Yeah, just getting a chance to compete. There's this finite amount of games that you get. You're guaranteed 17, and each one of them counts the same. So, late in the year, it happens every year. You guys and everyone else will make a big deal about week 13 through 17. And to be honest, week 3 is just as much as value as that one. So to us, it's all the same. You get a chance to compete every week and try to make the most of it. What challenges do the Falcons or does the Falcons defense present, and what team are they most like that you've played in the past? I haven't played them yet, so I don't have a great answer for you. I may be able to answer it better on Monday next week, but on film, it's going to be a challenge because they have a new coordinator this year that we're, still trying to figure out what he's going to do. There's obviously 2 games of film out there that we'll watch and get a beat on, but there's some stuff that he'll do that, obviously isn't on film that, is just a new wrinkles for whatever they're doing on defense that we'll have to adjust to in game, but. I don't know who they're most similar like that I played, but maybe I will after we play them. A couple of plays were fun on Sunday. The flea flicker, a look that you guys, I'm sure, had kind of watched, maybe set that up a little bit. Take us through that play from beginning to end. Yeah, that was a great drop. I believe that was a Seth Ryan drop earlier in the week. One of our coaches, that was his idea, and. When they have their safety down like that, they like to play aggressive to that side. We made it look like a lot of our runs look, and Cleve did a great job being an actor there on that play. And for me, it became pretty easy, just kind of lay it out there for him, and he made the rest. So it was a good little play. I think when it came in the headset, we all had a good feeling it would score, and it was awesome. And right before half, you guys came dangerously close on that last play to scoring a touchdown. I don't know if that was something. Typically, you just throw a jump ball into the end zone, but you guys almost executed that to perfection.
Yeah, man. I was. We called just all go, basically 4 verts, and I don't know why they were in single high press, but they were, and they gave us a chance to throw it. And St. Brown made the catch. Unfortunately, ended in a fumble, but. More times than not, you think he'd get out of that tackle and have a chance to score. So, it was a good little chance for us there. It didn't go our way.
Really cool day on Sunday with the Barry Sanders statue being unveiled. They had people in there, Calvin Johnson, Barry Sanders there, Flavor Flav was there, other people paying tribute on the big screen. Who are 3 legends from sports and entertainment that a 15-year-old Jared Goff would really get excited about? Not that you weren't on Sunday, of course, but when you were 15, who would the 3 people be?
Man, that's a good question. Well, one of them I got to meet last year is Eminem, for sure. Nice. For sure. That was starstruck by him and how obviously amazing he's been for years. Who else in football? I growing up, Joe Montana, when I was 15 years old, that was, he's from the Bay Area. I'm from the Bay Area. He's played for the Niners. That's a good one. I'll say him, and I will go with, when I was 15 years old. Let's say, oh, man, this is hard. I'm going to go with LaDainian Tomlinson. He was on my fantasy team when I was about that age and got me a bunch of points.
Hilarious.
So let's go with him.
One more thing about the game Sunday. I forgot, because watching the touchdown pass to Josh Reynolds in the fourth quarter, watching you, was he your 4th read on that play?
He was.
How often do you even get to the 4th read?
It depends. Depends on the play call and what the defense is presenting. I think more often than not, Ben would like to say that you'd like to have 1 or 2, number 1 or number 2 open, majority of the time. But yeah, sometimes you got to get backside, and that play in particular gets backside a lot. So I was prepared to get all the way back through it.
Lastly, Jared, do you have a good poker face? Because you mentioned when that flea flicker is called, everybody kind of gets excited. Do you have to have a good poker face? Do you have to tell the rest of the team, shut up, we got this, all right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're not looking at my face from the other sideline or across the field. I can get excited. But yeah, I don't typically want, show the excitement. You never know. It could not work. Who knows? This is football. It's hard, but you have a pretty good idea it's going to work. And when that ball got flipped back to me and I see Khalif running free, yeah, you can get excited then and want them one for an easy touchdown.
Well, Jared, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. Good luck this week, and we'll talk next week.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
There he is, Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff, our weekly interview here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I was in search of a better night's sleep. I decided to do something about it. I went to True Sleep Mattress Store. I went to the one out in Shelby Township, talked with Paul, and I test drove about a dozen different mattresses, found the one that was right for me, and that was the Posh and Lavish. I love it because I'm sleeping through the night now. It's fantastic. Get the adjustable base with it. It's a game changer. I'm telling you, I love going to sleep at night, and I wake up much more refreshed. True Sleep has reasonable prices for all the high-quality mattresses they have there in the store. You're going to check it out for yourself and find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. They're in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The 2 most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number 1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number 1 team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. march into Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium. Seriously? Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
By the way, we asked Jared Goff about the flea flicker, and he dropped the name that maybe everybody doesn't know. He said that was a Seth Ryan play. Seth Ryan is the assistant wide receiver coach who came up with that one during the week and obviously went for a touchdown. So shout out Seth Ryan, Gator.
Shout him out.
Yep.
Well, we don't do that in the show.
No, we don't. But if we did,
No,
give a shout out to Seth Ryan.
Flea flickers for touchdowns.
Big fan.
Big fan of the flea flicker for a touchdown,
yeah. Yep.
Michigan State does that a lot.
What's that?
The flea flicker.
Wolverine scored on one this past week.
Yeah.
On a juggle off the face mask. All right, so look, I want to ask him about reinstilling faith in the fan base. Yesterday, I was thinking driving home, I'm like, man, there's some real panic in Detroit. And I'm sitting there going, why am I not panicked? Why do I feel, and we always talk about planting the flag. And part of it is you don't want to just simply always react to what your eyes showed you last, because we've been around so long and seen so much that you don't want, you kind of want to bring a level of consistency to the table. And one of the reasons why I'm not panicked is you literally spend 9 months, an entire offseason, putting together your beliefs on what the season will hold. You evaluate the free agent period, you evaluate the draft, you evaluate the coaching, you evaluate the next free agent period, you evaluate training camp, you evaluate what every other team in the division does. And you spend 9 months building this opinion and backing it up and laying the foundation for why you believe what you believe, okay? And then they go out in the opener and they confirm everything that you believed. So you've got this basis for an opinion that you didn't construct overnight. You constructed between January and September 16th. And then September 17th comes, and I'm not going to throw away the entire belief system over 3 hours. I guess 3 hours plus. It went to overtime. But, you evaluate it, but I felt I would feel like panicky and a ridiculous overreaction to throw away, I guess, 9.5 months of a built-in belief over 3 hours. Now, if you suffer a major loss to a quarterback or something like that, I can see why that might change. And they did suffer some critical injuries, but we also spent the 9.5 months actually being pretty impressed with the depth that they were building. And this is where depth becomes most critical, is when guys get, sorry, I said it again, but most critical is when guys get hurt. So I guess that might explain more than anything to people that don't agree, that feel like we should be panicked or that we're reaching for the panic button or just weren't convinced in the first place, and Sunday was their confirmation that they needed. But I guess that's why I'm not moving off the position. I still think they're going to win 11 games.
Yeah, I'm not moving off yet. I'll liken this to, walking through a house. Okay, you're going house buying. You walk through a house and you notice that the floors, hey, these are really nice. They refinished the floors, they look good, and there's no wobbling or waviness to the floor. And then you find one floorboard that might be a little bit of a bounce here. It's not bad, just a little bit of bounce. You have to check that out. And your inspector comes out and says, yeah, it's just a floorboard. We can replace that. It's okay. It's not a foundation issue. It's nothing you're going to have to sink tens of thousands of dollars in. We don't have to tear out the whole floor because the subfloor is bad and this and that. That's not the case right now. So I'm not panicking. There are some loose floorboards right now. Those are the injuries you have to deal with. But it doesn't sound like these are long-term. Now, does this mean that the next couple of weeks could be rocky? Yeah, it could be. And, maybe they don't win on Sunday. And maybe they do struggle against Green Bay on Thursday night. And maybe it is a 1-3 start. But they'll get through it. And they'll get healthier on the other side. And then things can start rolling. I'm not counting these as losses. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that I'm kind of preparing myself mentally to not have the freak out moment, to not have that panic moment, because some of these injuries should be remedied quickly. It doesn't sound like the Montgomery thing is anywhere near as serious as they thought it could have been at game day. Afterwards, Montgomery thought he might be out a couple of weeks. He may not even be out a game. It all depends how he responds. Maybe they'll hold him out Sunday because they're going to have to play again next Thursday. So they'll give him the game off, but he'll be ready for Green Bay. And that might be the thing that happens. Maybe that's a recurring thing that happens. Sunday, you look at the inactives and you're like, oh, they're playing without this, and this. Oh, but wait a minute. They do have to play again on Thursday. Maybe it makes sense so that they can play on Thursday.
So now there's the other side of it too. Being too stubborn, hanging on to the belief too long. Yeah. But, I mean, am I wrong here? Is throwing away an entire belief system after one game, one loss, a bit of an overreaction? That's how it feels to me, okay? And so I'm standing by the 11-win prediction. To get to 11 wins, you still have to lose 6. Right? I mean,
that's correct.
And
that's the math.
And in the moment, yep. I feel like nobody realistically thought that they were winning 17, 16, even 15 games. So you got to lose some along the way. And this was one of them. And this was to a team that they were favored to beat. But it also wasn't a terrible team that, they didn't lose to the Cardinals. Right?
This is correct.
Yeah.
So my confidence isn't as high as you guys. If this is a house analogy, Gator, I'm backing off the house a little bit here that I wanted to buy because, yeah, there's a floorboard that's kind of loose. And you mentioned the foundation seems okay, but I'm not even sure about that because when the offensive line, which I consider the foundation of this team, and you're already, 2 weeks in, you've lost Decker, Vaitai, we're not sure about him. Frank Ragnow was going to be maintenance all year long. So I'm starting to talk to my real estate agent right now and going, the roof looks kind of leaky because CJ Gardner-Johnson might be done for the year. The foundation is not as strong as when we started.
You're going to put in a lower offer, or you're going to ask for money back?
Well, here's the thing. I've gone with different real estate agents, and I've gone to different houses before. The only common denominator is me. So as far as it's not this house or not this real estate agent, I've been a part of all of these. And so that's why I can't help it that history does play a role. We can't have anything nice ever, it seems like. And I know we're only 2 weeks into it, but it's already starting to kind of fall apart a little bit.
I think your premise is flawed, and I'll give you the reason why coming up at 11:02. And your phone calls and feedback, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. The loss of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a tough one for the Lions from a defensive and leadership standpoint. He'll miss all of, if not most of the season with a reported torn pec. Head coach Dan Campbell knows that it stinks, but they can't dwell on it, just like they can for David Montgomery, Josh Paschal, Taylor Decker, and James Houston. And with Demo banged up, the team also elevated Bam Knight to the 53-man roster from the practice squad. The injury bug also been gnawing at the Tigers' rotation all year. Eduardo Rodriguez will be looked at today closely after having scapula spasms last night, forcing him to come out of the game in L.A. Tonight, it'll be righty Miguel Diaz getting the start as an opener for Detroit as they face the Dodgers again. The Tigers have a 70-80 record with a dozen games to go. Another late-night first pitch set for 10:10 p.m. right here on 97.1 with Dan Dickerson. We're also 1 week away from hearing Red Wings games over the air. In 7 days, Detroit hockey will play their first preseason game against the Penguins at Little Caesars Arena. Their opener is just over 3 weeks away. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So, Kang, I think it's overstatement to say that your premise was flawed. But you used a term in there that I thought was a bit dramatic, and I don't, and it's why I'm not panicked. You said they've lost Decker and they've lost Vaitai. Decker and Vaitai are going to be out or have been out and may or may not be out this weekend. I think of Nick Chubb as lost. Those guys will be back. And over the course of a season, you're going to experience injuries. And to think otherwise, I mean, it's not realistic. So there are going to be guys that get hurt during the course of the year, and you got to find a way to get through it. I believed in the depth, and this is why the absurdity of any sort of asterisk being applied to the opener is laughable. I mean, because of, and I didn't, I think, I don't want to circle back to what Tirico said, but I think when people start talking about, oh, let's say I didn't play, that guy didn't play. Yeah, that's the NFL. And so guys, I expected guys to get hurt just because that's what you should expect. I'd be far more concerned if those guys were done for the year. And there's no indication that that's, in fact, it sounds like they'll be back sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they're not out for the year, so I don't want anyone to, if they just tuned in, right. I sound like they're out for the year. No, they're not out for the year, but they are dinged up, to say the least. And we had how many games with that starting offensive line, with that foundation this year? 1. And how many will we have moving forward? I'm not sure, right? I'm not in full panic mode, but I was ready to sign on the dotted line. And now we see with the inspection, some things are, and it's not just one injury. It's the fact that they're all adding up at once, Doug. It's the Houston's out for a long period of time. We knew J-Mo was going to be out, but the C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Dan Campbell said it this morning, they're thin going into next week, and we're early in the season, and I don't want a 1-6 start because we all know how hard it is to come back from 1-6. Even if you finish 8-2, you don't make the playoffs. At least that's what happened last year. So I'm just a little. I wish I could have the confidence you do, but I've seen, and I can't help it. History does play a factor in this because we don't get that pendulum of luck that you always speak of. It's already. I don't feel like we ever got it.
Well, we did in the opener.
It was 1 week.
I know. I know.
Kang's like a lot of Lions fans, though. We've all been hurt before.
Yes, and I can't erase the past, man.
And I know you're having a real struggle with it, and I understand. I guess, you're looking at us and we're not there. Are you asking why aren't you guys there, or do you understand why we're not there?
I'm telling you how I feel. You feel fine. No.
I don't feel fine. Okay. But I'm not panicked about it. I've got concerns, and my concerns could grow into a full-blown panic in a few weeks if they don't win one of the next 3 games. All right, then I could really go there because, yeah, I remember last year starting 1-6 and having to finish 8-2 with a flurry just to have a chance in the last week of the season. That wasn't fun. This is a season you expect them to win the division, host a playoff game, and there shouldn't be any panicking after a 1-1 start. It's the injuries that have the concern that could lead to panic down the road.
11-win prediction came with the acknowledgement that there were going to be some uncomfortable moments during the year. We're in one right now. Okay? It's an uncomfortable moment. But you have to expect those. You have to expect. Even if your team is well established as a champion, you know who's probably having uncomfortable moments right now? Chief fans are probably having uncomfortable moments right now. They know they've got their guy and they know they've got the team, but What have they scored? 4 touchdowns in 2 games? That's not like them. That's not like them. So, they've got a history that they can rely on more, but I can guarantee there's some fans out there having uncomfortable moments. It is what it is. And you compare our uncomfortable moments to everybody else in the division, I'm good. Right? The Bears are facing the reality that all their changes might not make that much of a difference. Packers just lost a game that I think they expected to win. Minnesota isn't living a charmed life anymore. So, and that's the measurement. That's the most important point of comparison for our football team is how do we stack up against the rest of the division? Clear that hurdle, and then we'll talk bigger pictures. But all right, so there we go. 248-539-9797. Kevin is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kevin?
Not much. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, look, I'm a season ticket holder. I watched the whole game, and I think I'm a little worried about Brad Holmes with the draft picks, what he's chosen so far. The 2 no-brainer picks that he's made with Sewell and Hutchinson have obviously been hits. After that, though, I'm worried that he's being a little bit of the smartest guy in the room. J-Mo has been one of those, and then the other one that's really been sticking out to me is the Jack Campbell one, because as a first-round pick, he had like a nice play in that Kansas City game, but why was Alex Anzalone out there the entire time against the Seahawks? When you're a first-round pick, you should be out there all day, all game, and according to the 2 o'clock show, they said people on the team said they're still working some things out with Campbell. And to me, that's not good enough. You had the entire offseason to figure it out. That worries me. And not only that, it's like Hutchinson. Hutchinson is not an first-team All-Pro player, but he is a damn good player. And it was the most obvious thing that our defensive line is. It just consisted of a bunch of average players outside of Hutchinson. And we didn't do anything to address that. And what we're seeing is Hutchinson getting double-teamed, and he can't get through these double teams because he's not Myles Garrett. And we're not getting any pressure on the quarterback.
They rolled the dice a little bit on the defensive line in a sense that, you can't always address every issue. And they looked at, I'm going to suspect here that they looked at their group and said, all right, between James Houston and John Kaminsky and Levi Onwuzurike and Aleem McNeil's new improved body, and they did address it with a 3rd-round pick. Now, it might not be enough in some people's minds, and I get it. They're getting Aquaris back, both of them. I think they rolled the dice a little bit that they think that they might have in-house the solution. And it might not work when it's all said and done. But there's a lot of teams going to the offseason with a to-do list, and you don't always get to address everything you wanted to address. Now, I think as far as the one thing I love about Jack Campbell is Jack Campbell led the linebackers even this past Sunday in limited play. He had 5 tackles and 23 snaps. He was in on 22% of the tackles on the plays he was on the field. That was the highest percentage of any linebacker. And I feel like, over the course of time, that pays dividends. One snapshot in time, it might be just a little bit of the plays that were run when he was on the field, but it could be in an indicator that he's going to warrant more playing time moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, different teams going to require different game plans. I was surprised we didn't see as much of Campbell on Sunday as I expected. But when they're facing a team like Atlanta that can run the ball with Bijan Robinson, I think we might see some players activated, like your Isaiah Buggs of the world, or maybe Broderick Martin might be also activated, just because you're going to want to get thicker on the defensive line to stop the run. Maybe Campbell's there for that as well. But when the caller said, he's there and Anzalone was on the field and Campbell wasn't, Anzalone is going to be on the field. It's the other linebacker, whether it's Campbell, Rodriguez, or Barnes. It feels like that they're rolling with Anzalone is the guy, and then whoever rides next to him we're gonna split that up. And I'm okay with that to a point. And I think at some point Jack Campbell's going to warrant to get a lot more playing time. He is a rookie. There is an adjustment. I want that adjustment to happen as quick as anybody else does, but I think you also have to be fair about it, that, when you're asked to do an awful lot and you come into a situation and you've got improving linebackers like Derek Barnes, that it's going to be hard to unseat him right away. I think it happens, but give it a little bit of time. He needs some more experience and practice and getting up to speed on some things.
I would be disappointed, though, if his snap count, if his play doesn't warrant more snaps as the year goes on.
I agree with that, yeah.
But I'm like you. I'll give it some time. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better, with the no-fee loan, you stay locked into the no-fee program, ensuring you don't pay fees to Hall Financial when it's time to refi. If you're not working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now and learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com.
This was I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans as a season opener, coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was a lot.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was, the players, the coaches, media, everything, and I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year, but you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, I'm just like it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from, the place was amazing yesterday. Everybody was in their seat like at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than usual.
They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively. And Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating.
I'd prefer to not be here right now. Welcome in. People, I thought we were done with it. I thought we were done with having to lower our expectations, but that's where I'm at. It's a beautiful day here in Detroit.
Jared Goff joined us earlier today here on 97.1 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Chris here on 97.1 to Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How you doing today, man?
What's up?
You know what? I usually try to get through with Valenti, but I'm going to call with you guys. You know, when they beat Kansas City, I thought to myself, man, I didn't want us to get too excited. But, you guys, the refs on that couple plays, man, I know we don't want to start complaining about it, and it's the last thing we want to do. But, in a close game, man, don't you get that right? I got a big problem with it, man.
Well, there's a few things here. Crystallizing the loss down to one missed call isn't really what it's about, because, even as that game, there's a lot to complain about or to suggest needs to be better than just that. However, in the end, that was very frustrating. It was very frustrating.
A lot of big games, a lot of close games are usually decided by one play.
Yep.
So, I don't know. I think Dan Campbell's definitely the right guy, man. And I was a little worried when they won that first game. I didn't want us to get too excited, but I think, we're all in for the long haul, and I just hope they have a great season.
Yeah. Look, it's Chris, I get it. And you're right. A lot of big games come down to one play. And so what can the Lions control? They can go back to the one play that they didn't make prior to that, or the one call, approach at the end of regulation. They control that. They control maybe things like blitzing more, trying to put more heat on Geno Smith, whatever it might be. They got to take a long look in the mirror. All right, what did we do? And I trust that they are. What did we do to make sure that stuff like this doesn't come down to one call in overtime? Because what's funny, when I saw the play develop, and I said this yesterday, but when I saw the play develop, I said, oh, well, it's coming. Whatever happens here is coming back, because it's going to be a flag, and then it wasn't. And I'm like, wow.
Well, I don't want to harp on the one play, but he brought it up, so I will say this, because it's something I said to Chris Fillard right before he did the update. And we were talking about the end of the game last night with Cleveland and Pittsburgh. There was an obvious pass interference at the end of that game. Joey Porter Jr. flat out interfered with the receiver, and the referee's looking right at it, doesn't throw a flag. This was an obvious hold on Hutchinson, and they don't throw the flag. There was another game when I was watching on Red Zone in the afternoon games where there was clearly a play at the end of a game that should have been called. I think another pass interference, and they're like, they didn't call it. So I said to Chris, and he kind of agreed with both. We think that maybe there's an edict by the NFL to say to officials, we don't want you to be the story for throwing a flag at the end of the game. And I know it's hard to prove that, but I know there were at least 3 examples at the end of games where there were clear penalties that weren't called. Now, that being said, if you want to go down the road and say the one call really messed up the team's chances, then you have to do it for the other team too. And there are plenty of missed opportunities that Seattle had, whether it was either of their 2 missed field goals or whatever. They just didn't convert on a play because some guy missed his block. Every team has plays like that, and it's not one play. There's scores of plays that happen throughout the course of the game.
It feels, though, like, and the play you're referencing was a 2-point conversion in the Denver-Washington play where Benjamin St. Juste interfered with Cortland Sutton.
Oh, that was, yeah.
And so there was a high percentage of games decided by officials swallowing the whistle.
And that's exactly what happened.
And look, it's a tough job. It's an incredibly tough job.
Without a doubt.
And it comes with a high level of scrutiny.
But I have to ask, did the league say something to the officials to get them to not throw the flag?
I can't imagine that they did. 248-539-9797. Josh is next on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Good. So I just maybe two things to think about. I moved down to Missouri in December, so I'm friends with a lot of guys down there that are Chiefs fans. I listen to the show every day. Big Lions fan. And, you know, we keep talking about the perspective of Lions fans and all the things we've been through and, you know, do you panic and all this stuff. And when I talk to other guys that are big fans of other teams, nobody else out there is looking at the Lions going, man, they've got some injuries, you know,
right,
and they're the same Lions they used to be, and now they're garbage. They're looking at the Lions still going, hey, I'm not super interested in playing them. You know, I asked one of my buddies who's a Chiefs fan the other day, like, hey, would you guys want to replace a game on your schedule with us and throw one of yours out and play us again? He's like, no, dude, I'm good. I don't really want to play you guys again. So other fan bases are not panicking about the Lions no longer being good, even though they're not invested. They're still looking at the Lions going, you guys don't make the dumb penalties you used to make. You're not, you know, you don't have poor coaching decisions to the degree that you used to have them. So other fan bases out there still think the Lions are a really good team.
Well, true. I think we could probably cite a penalty that probably wasn't smart and a coaching decision that has certainly been second guessed in this game. You know,
well, there are
it's an overabundance of them, right? Coaches make, and it's a good point by Josh, but coaches make decisions, hundreds of decisions during games, and they're not going to bat 1,000. Like I'm wholly dissatisfied with Dan Campbell's answer this morning.
We'll get to that.
Yes, we will get to it. And I'm still frustrated by the C.J. Gardner-Johnson personal foul on Seattle's first drive. But there hasn't been an overabundance of nonsense in this era.
No, there is not.
Compared to previous Lions eras. Expecting it to be fully clean all the time, our coach makes no mistakes, and our players never commit a dumb penalty is ridiculous. But if they lose a game when they jump off sides on a 3rd and 4 and the other team's just trying to get you to jump off sides and you do, and they run out the clock because of it, that kind of stuff happened way too much, right?
Yeah.
And that's some of the most easily avoidable dumb mistakes. But that's kind of a Lions hallmark, you know, stuff like that. This Campbell answer this morning, which we'll play later in the show, that's a tough one for me to digest because I still believe in the man, and I wonder if he's defending the indefensible right now or maybe misunderstood, because I felt like we have a short form interview here, and to have a sit down with him and talk a little bit more about him, maybe he explained it a little bit more in depth.
Well, there are teams in their fan bases that are panicked right now, and they have 100% reason to be panicked. I don't think Detroit's one of them. Not yet. I think they have to go down the road a little bit more before you really get to that mode. But I mean, like the Jets at 1-1, and the fact that they won the first game is unbelievable. But you think they're panicked in New York?
Yes.
Okay. Patriots start off 0-2. I don't know if Patriot fans love their team anyway, but Cincinnati, they start off 0-2, and Joe Burrow he's got an aggravated calf injury. He may not play for a couple weeks. You think they're panicked in Cincinnati?
Yeah, I think they're probably pretty concerned.
You think after watching last night that the Browns fans are a little panicked because Chubb got hurt?
Very much so.
Okay. I mean, you start going down the list and looking at teams and, you know, why should they be panicked? Some teams have legitimate reason. The Chargers start off 0-2. Right. 0-2, and they've got this
win a game.
And they've got this supposedly great quarterback, but they're 0-2.
Yep.
And they just lost to Tennessee.
Yep.
You think they're panicked a little bit? Right?
Yep.
You know, Broncos, same old story. You start off 0-2, but Sean Payton's there. Yeah, but we're 0-2. Are they panicked? My point is,
did you bring up the Bears?
I haven't even got to the NFC
Bears
yet.
0-2, and they're going to Kansas City.
Yeah. I mean, and the Bears, they're already like, let's tank for Caleb Williams. Mm-hmm. That's what they're thinking about already. You know, the Vikings, team that won 13 games last year, started off 0-2. There's reason for some fan bases to be
more
panicked.
so than us. You're right.
Way more so than the Lions are right now.
Kang, does that make you feel better?
No, because they don't have the history that the Lions do.
Stop with the history.
Yeah, history schmistery.
It's kind of the ultimate trump card here, though. And the other teams have had success, and the other ones. Let me ask you this question: would you rather just have the Lions? Would you rather, or any team? Your team, pick, you know, whatever team, fictional football team it is, would you rather have them been playing poorly after 2 weeks or have injuries after 2 weeks? Like, which is cause for more of panic? I'm panicked because of the injuries, not because of the
I
play.
need to know
One-on-one
I
is-
need to know the extent of the injuries
Yeah,
at this
I
point.
mean,
Like if
guys
Taylor
are-
Decker comes back, let's say he's back for Thursday's game at the latest, I'm okay.
Guys are gonna get hurt. Look, you're far more.
He's triggered. You've been triggered.
Yeah. Phone calls, feedback, more coming up. 97.1.
Life. But I have to tell you, I have to lower my expectations for this team because they're not ready for it. They're not ready to deliver on what I thought they were ready to deliver on because yesterday was unforgivable. That was as rat-ass, sloppy, nonsense a performance as you're going to see. 10 days rest, coming home, a team coming to town who has no playmakers up front and has street free agents at both tackle spots. You hit the quarterback one time. This team went out and made mistakes that they just don't make. And whether it's, I got a real problem with one of the fourth downs, but that's fine. The fumble to come out of the half, to flip the game on its ear. This defense on third down, able to do nothing. Nothing. And Rico's BFF, Geno Smith, beats us again.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans.
It's going to be a busy day. There's a lot to get to, including comments from Dan Campbell on the morning show that we need to discuss. Not sure I agree with much of what he had to say. I'm still on board with Dan Campbell, but I'm a little bit rattled or not. I don't quite understand his explanation, but at least he answered it. We'll get to that coming up in the noon hour. Mel Tucker's released a statement and sounds like he's going to fight this in court one way or another. It's kind of the tenor of what I took away from the statement, but we'll get to that a little bit later on as well. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Dale, you're on 97.1. Hi, Dale.
Hi, fellas. First time, long time out here in God's country in Oregon.
Nice.
Love talking to you guys. Love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
Listen, Lions fans are codependents. Lions are alcoholics. We have PTSD, and we don't trust our partner to do the right thing. So we are emotionally invested. But every time we go to the store, our Lion ends up eyeing the Jack Daniels on the shelf. Oh, is he going to grab that bottle? I don't know. I can't trust it. We've got a lot of emotion invested in this, but this is classic alcoholic codependent relationship.
Is it?
And we come to you, our therapist,
Yeah.
to help talk us down, baby.
Yeah, we're the sponsor.
Yeah, right. Listen, I don't think it's a big deal about Seattle. I really don't. We played a decent game, a couple of gaffes here and there. Sure, I got it. The pick six I'd love to have back.
But Dale,
But
it's not. It's not. I don't think what has people panicked is the fact that they lost to Seattle. What has them panicked now is a rash of injuries that could turn one loss into several in a row.
Right. Right.
That's the concern.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what does that turn into? Other teams are going to have injuries. I got it. That's why we have, relatively speaking, some depth. This gives guys that didn't make the team, like Bugs, who's got a chip on his shoulder now. He's going to get activated, and I'm telling you, he's going to come out like a bat out of hell next game and show he belongs. So I think there's incentive for these guys to really step up and make the grade for them as well.
Dale, thank you for the phone call, and thanks for calling from Oregon. Ken, you're extraordinarily level-headed. You add a lot to the show, and I appreciate it. I feel like you didn't expect them to suffer injuries this year.
Not this many this early. I knew, of course, there was going to be injuries. I mean, this is football. This is not our first time. I just see, maybe I'm foreseeing the bad when I shouldn't be, right? I should just let it happen. Like, hey, what's going to happen? Enjoy the ride. That's what we always kind of say. But I feel like a lot of Lions fans, I'm fragile, and I've been on this ride before. Maybe not this exact ride, but I've been on very similar rides, and it didn't end well. There's just too many injuries after 2 weeks. And then, just like you said, Doug, there's going to be injuries. So there's going to be more injuries, right? Yep. This isn't going to be the only time the Lions have an injury report filled with guys who are going to miss some time. I don't know. Are you guys just expecting Decker to be back this week? Or, I mean,
I'm expecting him to be back relatively soon.
Because I'm pretty sure Montgomery's out since they brought Knight up. Okay, Zonovan
this
Knight.
Week, yes,
this week.
Yep.
Well,
I like their depth at running back.
I mean, I like to see what Jahmyr Gibbs can do running between the tackles as opposed to just trying to use the speed outside.
Look,
so it could be a good thing.
It feels like people have been begging for more of Jahmyr Gibbs, and now it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So,
well, I wouldn't look at a Montgomery injury as a good thing.
I wouldn't either, but
I'm just saying it might give more. Well, it's going to give more opportunities to Jahmyr Gibbs, and if that means you get the ball in his hands, maybe the biggest playmaker on the team.
Yeah,
right
we're again. This goes back. Before the season, I believed in the depth, and now that they're forced to use it, I think they're prepared at a couple positions. I'm worried about the O-line, but I think they're prepared at safety and running back to absorb that kind of hit. Now, neither of those are good things. I agree with you, but I mean, do you have an issue with Jahmyr Gibbs getting the ball more?
No.
Do you have an issue with Tracy Walker?
No, I mean, I don't think he just is necessarily a plug and play at this point. He kind of lost his position, right? Because either Branch was so good or C.J. Gardner-Johnson was so good that they put Tracy Walker onto the bench. Now, to have a guy back up that was a starter and guy you count on before, yeah, that's a little calming. It's not like they're just grabbing some 6th-round draft pick there. But the caller mentioned Bugs. I mean, he was basically benched because of play. I can't count on him to come in as a bat out of hell. You know, he's healthy scratch week 1 and week 2.
They got to be better up front defensively than they were this past game. Let's go to Don. You're on 97.1. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
The Dan Campbell answer to 144 left with the timeouts, I was scratching my head. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
We're going to be aggressive, right? But when we had all the momentum, we're going to settle for the field goal. To me, that didn't make any sense, and the explanation didn't make any sense. I guess I don't understand that. I don't want to feel like I'm pushing the panic button. I agree with Kang. That's a lot of injuries. However, you have to think that the defensive line eventually is going to get home on some of these. I mean, they've been around the quarterback quite a bit. I have a feeling those guys are going to get home at some point and change games around. The two worst things that could have happened to us was we deferred to Seattle in the first half, and they went all the way down the field and scored. Yeah. And then when we get the ball back in the second half, we fumble on the first play. To me, those were the two monster things that happened to the team. Took the ground out of the game early, right? And as soon as we got the ball back and it looked like we had some momentum, it flipped the script, and 3 plays later they scored. I mean, I can't think that those type of things are going to happen to the team going forward. To me, that seemed like more anomaly stuff.
Yeah, that fumble to start the second half is a killer because you're up 14-7 at halftime. You look unstoppable offensively, and then, boom, you turn it right over, and Seattle comes down and scores. It's a killer. There's some back-breaking plays that happened in that game, but long-term, the back-breaking stuff might be the injuries. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a monster injury to deal with.
But, Gator, I got to disagree with you. I don't want any Jahmyr Gibbs between the tackles. That's the last thing we want is a guy like that who can line up as a wide receiver and catch the ball in space. I don't want him taking a pounding between the tackles. I want that guy to get the ball in space and do what Amon-Ra St. Brown. Get that ball in space and go.
Well, I want to see him get through the tackles and then see what happens when he gets to the second level. If he can make a guy miss, then it could be a big play.
Well, maybe that's what Zonovan Bam Knight's here for, is to be that guy. Look, what was it, 5 yards on 4 carries for Craig Reynolds? And, you know, Bam Knight put up some big numbers, had a couple big games last year for the Jets. So he'll get a crack at it. Look, that's an intriguing signing. It's an intriguing signing. And so let's see what comes of it. And I don't, Kang's right. These injuries aren't great, but you knew guys were going to get hurt. A bunch of them got hurt in week 2. We'll see who's available this weekend. Wasn't totally optimistic, Dan Campbell. We'll get to his response that the caller mentioned today at 12:05 because it was about the approach at the end of regulation. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. By the way, Champ and Chump are posted on our website, 971theticket.com. Go check it out. In the meantime, feedback coming in. What's with all the Anzalone hate? He made a few great plays Sunday and is by no means a backup. Lions fans are such dolts at times. That's from an unnamed texter. I'm not sure I understand all the Anzalone love. I haven't seen it this year or last year, so I predict by halfway through the year, or let's say by the end of the year, you'll see more of Barnes and Campbell playing together, and Anzalone will be sitting out. He just does not look like he's good. He's okay. Next one. I'm just looking ahead to the upcoming schedule. Forget the injuries, next man up. Falcons, Packers, Panthers, Buccaneers, Ravens, Raiders, then the bye week. None of those are going to be a cakewalk. The Lions need to get their act together and do it quickly. So,
I know they're cakewalks, but
I don't know
we still don't know what the Packers are. All right. I mean, they're 1-1 to start the season. The Panthers don't look very good.
No.
I mean, Baker Mayfield shouldn't strike fear in you. He's played well the first couple of weeks of the season.
Define cakewalk. Like,
it's the NFL.
Yeah.
Okay. Arizona. Around. So you're not playing Arizona every week?
Yep.
Right.
By the way, is this the first time in like 2 decades they haven't played Arizona?
It does kind of feel that way.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number 1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number 1 team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. March into Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to take it open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Dan Campbell joined the morning show and said something that had us all going, huh? No, I'm not like hyper mad at him, like pull the plug, I'm done. But I did find it curious. And I'll just say that moving forward, we'll just let it play itself out, I guess, and see if he's learned from anything in the past. But he tried to explain why they weren't aggressive for the end zone at the end of regulation. And it was kind of a weird answer. Kind of a weird answer.
Are we playing that?
What's that?
Are we going to replay that?
We're going to replay the answer, yeah.
Yeah, because I came in after you guys had already heard it. By the time I came in to talk with you guys, and it was the first thing I brought up, and apparently everybody had the same opinion. Like, not the answer you wanted to hear, that we wanted to hear. I'm guessing fans didn't want to hear it, and it deserves more discussion.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Bob.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Hey, you know what? I've been negative on the Lions for many, many years, but I tell you, when he came on and he said to bite the kneecaps and all that stuff, I thought the guy's a little nuts. But you know what? As he goes on and how he inspires his players and how they're drafting, and they're not even going after his trades as much as they're getting free agents, and they've strengthened this team in like 2 years. It's pretty unbelievable, guys. I mean, I know he said something that you guys didn't agree with, but as long as he keeps the team fired up, and he's got a team like before we had Barry, who I love, but he was a one-man show. Megatron was a one-man show. His supporting cast is very weak. Overall, the Lions have got a pretty strong supporting cast.
Yeah, Bob, we're not giving up on him. And look, the one comment that Dan Campbell made, it rubs me the wrong way. I didn't like it. I love Dan Campbell as a coach. I'm not throwing him out because of this stance he had on, how to take on the last drive of the game. It bothers me a little bit, but nowhere near enough to say, oh, this guy can't coach. I think he's done an amazing job. I think Brad Holmes has done an amazing job, and they've really built this from the ground up. That's why I like what they've done. But there are concerns now because injuries are starting to rear their ugly head.
Everything goes on your permanent record, right? I mean, I would like to think that if there are people that listen to this show, Gator, that don't always agree with everything you say or I say, but they still listen to the show. Is this a bitter pill to swallow?
I mean, I think some of what you said is right.
Only half of it, right?
Yeah. Maybe half.
Let's get back to your calls. We go to DJ. Hi, DJ.
What up, Doe? Y'all all
DJ.
right?
Yeah.
You got it. I'm pushing the panic button. I think it was Kane. Yeah, I'm pushing the panic button. Kane kind of touched on it. So last year, man, on the back half of our season, we made that 8-2 run. But, a lot of people, we all know it. James Houston was a huge part of that because that kid got consistent pressure. We can make the argument that Hutch is definitely a better football player, but Houston is a better pass rusher. Even the game against KC, he was the one who had a hand on Pat Mahomes and was pulling him down. So to lose him, that's panic number one. Number two, when our offensive line that I've been bragging on for the past 2 years is very good, Jared Goff is what would you guys say? If I said an 8.5 quarterback on a scale of 1 to 10, would you agree with me? When our offensive line is he about an 8.5? Is that too high? Too low?
Yeah, okay. For the premise, I want to hear where you're going with this. So sure.
Right. So he's that. When our offensive line is not that, and he has to run for his life, and that's not his strength, now Jared Goff was looking like maybe a 5 or 6, which means that our win totals are going to revert if that offensive line is not healthy. So I'm pushing the panic button because the two strengths to why we came back last year, I don't care about the running back skill, but I could care less. It was the O-line, and it was James Houston's pass rush.
So the big thing here, and I hear you, DJ, we haven't heard anything on Vaitai. And the thing about the offensive line is Vaitai's position flexibility and Glasgow's, a veteran guard who's been good in the past. I was wondering if the solution, because nobody's been lost from the offensive line. There's some guys who are apparently out for, this past game, certainly in Decker, and it doesn't sound promising for this weekend, but I kind of like the idea of bumping Vaitai out to tackle and putting Glasgow at guard. We got to get an update on Vaitai.
I have an update.
And?
All right, it was yesterday. Tim Twentyman, DetroitLions.com writer, wrote that Big V will be out for a bit. Campbell doesn't think it's an IR situation for Vaitai, though.
So that means he'll be back in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this week, though.
Well, I'll give you an example, though. If we can only think of an example of an injured offensive line that stepped up.
Oh, it was this offensive line that did it last year.
It was Seattle last Sunday.
Well, that too.
2 days ago. So guys have to step up. 248-539-9797. He's right, though. That's why I'm more worried about the offensive line than anything. Ryan's next. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, guys. First time caller.
Thank you for calling.
and for the first time in the 35 years I followed this team, I can't believe I'm not pressing the panic button. But this is where Dan Campbell has put me. I have total confidence in the guy. The thing that where I criticize him is I mean, they brought back Patterson from Jacksonville. So if you're not going to trust the guy, and I know I have to keep reminding myself that it's in the guy's MO to go for it, to be aggressive.
Right.
But if you're not going to trust the guy to kick, what was the? I mean, I was fine with keeping Badgley myself. But if you're not going to trust the guy to put him out, then what did you bring him back for? And my other point is...
So the question is the first fourth down where they went for it on 4th and 4 from the Seattle 31, right. You think they did that because they didn't trust him to take a 48, 49-yard field goal?
Well, that seems to be the feeling that, you know, and again, he's gone back to his first year, you know, in coaching, constantly going for it on 4th down instead of taking the points. I remember the Bears game, going for it 3 times with it inside the 10-yard line, and it makes me, it drives me crazy. But I have to keep reminding myself it's in the guy's MO.
It's who he is.
Yeah,
and it's probably going to be part of the story moving forward. Now, people could change. Gator, we've changed, I think.
A little bit.
Yeah.
No, of course you can change, but right now it's his aggressiveness that is, you know, paid off more often than not for him, and he believes in his team to do certain things, and there are times that he wants to put the dagger in the heart of the opposition. Tried it against Kansas City, right? And it didn't work at the end, but they ended up winning the game. They got the ball back and were able to run it out. But when you've got that chance, you want to do it. You want to take advantage of it.
They've run a fake punt against Kansas City, led directly to a touchdown. They went for it on 4th and 3 against Seattle, led directly to a touchdown. And there were also the 4th and 2 in his own territory, led directly to a Seattle touchdown, right? I mean, there's, you know, everybody loves aggression. People say they love aggression, but it's got to be calculated. The one inside his own territory is the one that I was just like, wow, man.
Did you like his explanation of it? Did you? Well, I shouldn't say like, because you're not going to like it. But did you understand a little more when he gave his explanation about?
I was glad to hear his reasoning for that. That made a little bit more sense than the approach to the end of regulation. But that's part of the package of Dan Campbell's sound bites we are going to play for you. The morning show hit on many of the very important topics in a short period of time, and it's great for the audience to get to hear it. So we'll pull why they went for it on 4th and 2 inside their own territory, and why there wasn't a greater sense of urgency with the clock at the end of regulation. Gene is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Gene?
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate the call.
So my question is, on the draft at 6th, we traded away Tyree Wilson to get Gibbs. Do you think that's going to haunt the Lions' defense because they can't pressure the quarterback?
Well, I wouldn't have thought so after week 1, and I think more so maybe it could after week 2, but it's really super early in this. You know, if you start thinking of the ramifications, if you don't trade out of that spot, because that trade not only netted them Jahmyr Gibbs, it got them Sam Laporta. So are you rolling with Brock Wright as your starting tight end and David Montgomery and Craig Reynolds as your running backs? There's a lot of ramifications of not making that move. It could haunt them. It could. If Jahmyr Gibbs goes out and has a monster game this week and they create more pass rush, you know, that storyline will be put to bed for another week. But
that's true.
Yeah.
I just thought Tyree Wilson would have been a perfect complement to Hutchinson on each side, because they're double teaming Hutchinson all the time.
Maybe he's off to a slow start. He hasn't done much with the Raiders. I mean, if that's the guy that you wanted to draft, that's the guy you wanted to draft, and you're going to keep an eye on that, just like I will with Jalen Carter, because that's the guy that I want.
Yep.
I'm sure there'll be other people that'll come up with other names. Bijan Robinson was another one that people wanted with that high pick, and he's off to a great start, obviously. So
Tyree Wilson has 1 pressure and 43 pass rushes so far. Headline, Wilson off to a slow start. Now, if I were a Raider fan, I wouldn't be determining his success or failure long-term based upon 2 games in his career. It's tough to do in the trenches. People did it last year with Aiden Hutchinson. Bottom line is you got to give some guys a chance to mature a little bit.
Yes.
All right, Dan Campbell with the morning show this morning. Why did you go for it on 4th and 2 in your own territory? And why didn't you approach the end of regulation with more sense of urgency? He answered the questions. Hear what he had to say. Coming up starting at 12:05, 97.1 The Ticket.
What was lunch today? Sardines?
I had a grilled. Does it smell bad?
No, I was just
okay.
asking.
I had a grilled chicken breast with some couscous and some beans that were had some red pepper flakes on them.
What kind of beans?
Just green beans, normal green beans.
All right.
And we made it for dinner last night. And you know, if like a spice sits on something overnight,
Yeah,
it comes
it
back the next
intensifies.
day and it really kicks your ass.
Yeah. A little warm?
Yeah, it's a little spicy.
We're going to see some beads of sweat.
I don't think I'm going to finish the beans, but I've had. You might. I'm starting to wonder. I love spicy foods, but
Spicy foods don't love you?
this is twice in the last couple of weeks where something's been borderline too spicy for me. But
Like the potato chips?
no, it was a chicken wrap I got on our way back from Ottawa a few weeks ago.
Spicy chicken in Ottawa?
Spicy chicken. Well, I was in Toronto. It was Milton, Ontario, just outside of Toronto. Giolitos, I think it was. And they said, how spicy do you want? I said, medium. And I had it. I'm like, this is medium?
I get nervous when they ask you how spicy do you want it? Because you have no idea. Like, I don't know what you consider as spicy, somebody else may not.
There was only one place I drew the line. All levels of heat and intensity and high Scoville units or whatever the hell, I just drew the line at blazing wings from B-Dubs.
Too hot.
That was too much.
All this.
Yep.
And obviously there's stuff that's much hotter than that. But
Yes,
that's,
but as far as the regular places
Yeah.
I go, I could take, how spicy do you want your chicken pad thai? Let's go all the way. But when it was, but
But that's the
honestly-
place you've been before, though.
Oh, it's true.
You can't
That I trust.
You can't try a new place and go give me the hottest you
No.
got. No, you've got to work your way up.
Yeah, I've had. I mean,
little recon, right?
Yes.
To figure out what they're doing.
it's very subjective, and I think it's almost subjective by who's cooking it too.
100% it is.
I've gone.
Who's back there today?
I've gone to the same Thai food place, and sometimes I've asked for it. Yeah, I'll go with medium, and it's like ridiculously hot, or I'll have it with medium, and it's feels like it's mild, and it's nice, a little base heat there. So I always just say mild, and I can add my own if I have to.
Mild plus. You can say mild plus.
I've been hurt before.
Just say, hey, is that Carl back there today?
Yeah.
Because last time he was a little heavy-handed.
Oh! 248-539-9797.
I did have a burger yesterday.
It was part of the show at Ask Gator to get a cheeseburger.
So if you want, we can hold on to that.
We'll get to it a little bit later. All right, here we go. Dan Campbell on the morning show. First of all, he said Taylor Decker's day-to-day is improving, but can't say yet whether or not he'll play this weekend. Mosley doesn't feel great about, but I said he's another guy who's improving. We shall see. So, all the injuries, Dan Campbell just wanted to let everybody know they're not doomed yet. Love his approach to this. Nothing changes. You guys, we kept you for a reason. Here's your chance. Go make plays for us.
Yeah.
We believe that you can.
It's coach speak, right?
It is, but you have to get everybody in the building to believe that nothing changes. No matter how worried you might be, you have to instill the belief that you're going to go out and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the speech it's a legitimate speech you give to guys that you're not going to keep on your roster, but you're trying to sign to the practice squad. It's legitimate. Look, I can't keep on 53. We want you back on the practice squad. You know how this works. We're going to have injuries when you're going to be counted on. Just check out the history. And hopefully you'll buy into it and you're going to want to come to our team instead of going somewhere else.
All right, so let's get to the meat of it here. Why'd you go for it on 4th and 2 in your own territory? This was Dan Campbell to the morning show. So part of his game plan against this team, under these circumstances, what's happened the last couple of years, he wanted to steal an extra possession, it sounds like.
Yeah.
And I can kind of see it. I just wouldn't have done it from inside my own territory. And, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't even like them passing on the field goal, and they eventually scored the touchdown. That was in a tie game at the time. So, but there you go. All right, so here's the one. It was about why he didn't approach the end of regulation with a sense of urgency to get the ball in the end zone. Here's what Dan Campbell said. But it's not the half. I'm going to chalk this one up to a fundamental disagreement. And I like this guy's work. I think he's put the Lions in a position. He and Brad Holmes deserve a ton of the credit for getting them in this position to begin with. And I hope that he rethinks this, because there's a massive difference between the end of the first half and the end of the second half. And that is, trailing at the end of the first half is not fatal to the game.
No, it's not.
But if you can have Seattle trailing at the end of the second half, it's fatal for them.
It's the end of the game.
And I think it sounds like he valued so much getting the chance to tie the game after being down 10 that he wasn't willing to risk giving up the tie, which I guess I just don't understand.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. I don't think that's what he valued. I think what he valued is exactly what he said after the game. He valued not giving Seattle time to have another possession in regulation. The problem I have with it's the same problem everybody has. You can't play it like it's halftime, because it's not halftime, as you eloquently put out there. The other thing is, at halftime, you know who's getting the ball in the second half. It's already been determined because of the coin flip. If you end up tying at the end of regulation, you have no idea. It's 50-50 because you haven't had the coin toss yet.
Yep.
So there's another major difference there. I'd like to hope that what he was saying morphed into something where he'd like to have it back and say that's not, I mean, that's it kind of plays out like it's a halftime situation, but that's not how he wanted it to be. But it's what he said. So I can't get past that. He did say it. I didn't like it. I love Dan Campbell as the coach. I think he's the right coach for this team. But that approach, treating it like it's going into halftime, is the wrong approach. If you say that you don't want, your number one priority is don't give the ball back to him, I can live with that. And that you want to, at worst, end up with a field goal, at worst, yeah, I'm on board with that because it means you're still alive. It's not automatic that you're scoring when you start off where they started off. There's nothing automatic about it. It becomes more automatic when you get 23 yards in the first two plays and you find yourself at the 27-yard line. That becomes more automatic. It's those next three plays that really is troublesome, because it wasn't met with that same aggressiveness that you had throughout the game, that you've had throughout your career as Lions head coach, when you're in field goal range at the 27. Right? Yes. I mean, you like to get a few more yards and before you definitely feel like you're in field goal range. but you shouldn't take away the aggressiveness that you had.
You and I can provide some insight, though, in what might have happened a little bit here with this morning show interview. Is sometimes you're late in a segment, you make a point, you go to break, and you go, you know what, I need to say that better than I just said it. Sometimes you see the criticism coming in with ticket text and Twitch and whatever, and you go, God, I didn't make my point good enough because people are misinterpreting what I was saying. And we have the luxury of coming back after the commercial break and explaining. In this morning show interview, time is of the essence. You've got 9, 10, 11 minutes with the coach. Not a lot of time for follow-up questions and for him to do. So I'm going to allow for that to be a possibility that he might not have said that exactly the way he wanted to say it. If he did, I just have a fundamental disagreement with how he approached it. But overall, do I like the man's work? Yes, and that should not be diminished. But we know people have reacted to it because everybody on all our shows have reacted to it. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, discover how good your water can be with a new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Do not be the filter. Get clean, purified, great-tasting water and reduce plastic bottle waste, which is a great thing. Call 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. Call 855-339-4242. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer.
this was such I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans as a season opener, coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was a lot.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was. The players, the coaches, media, everything. And I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year. But you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, I'm just like it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from,
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Well, more from Dan Campbell
Everybody
a little bit
was
later
in there.
on. Lots to get to. Phone calls, feedback. Eric is next here on 97.1. Hi, Eric. Eric, are you there? Eric, we hear you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How's it going?
All right.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
I'm looking at the game, and Jared Goff, he seems to be trying to play it too safe. When he missed that pass with Gibbs, that was the game. He went right back the next play and tried it and threw the pick six. That's the difference in the game. And I'd like to see more leadership from him. He's been kind of quiet. He's got to take the lead. I've been waiting on him to become a more dangerous quarterback. That's the difference. He's the man. He's got to, step front and take his responsibility himself. He's been kind of hiding this thing. And now that he's throwing interceptions again, oh boy. I'm reminded of that game when they went to L.A. So I'm looking at the quarterback. I know the running back game when Montgomery got hurt, that took us out.
What about his fumble? What about his turnover?
Okay, that comes with the running back field, but
interceptions don't come with quarterbacks?
383 consecutive passes without throwing an interception.
Okay, I'm familiar with that. But how many of them passes, last year, how many of them wide open did he overthrow? The last 2 years you watched him. How many overthrown, missed open receivers have you seen out of them say completely?
Are you serious right now? He was like one of the best quarterbacks in football last year. The last 10 games, he was 8-2.
His quarterback rating is 3rd in the NFL.
I'm talking about the deep ball, the longer passes. He overthrew a lot of them. I mean, we gonna be honest now. I'm not going to protect him like that.
Did he overthrow the pass to Amon-Ra St. Did he overthrow the pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown at the end of the first half? That was a perfectly thrown pass downfield.
I wasn't saying. I
Did he
said last
overthrow
year.
Khalif Raymond? I'm talking now this year. I'm talking the game on Sunday, the one that has you soured on him. Did he overthrow the flea flicker?
He threw the pick six. He threw the pick six after he missed the screen pass again.
It was bad, but he just literally went 383 passes in a row. Was it 383? Whatever it was.
380. Yeah, it was the
Whatever
first
it
interception
was.
he had in 384 passes, so 383 in a row.
Yeah, he was moving in on the NFL record. And, quote, now that he's throwing interceptions again?
And they were down by 10 after that, and they got back and tied it. So you're questioning his leadership and you're questioning his ability. And by the way, that was a game on Sunday. He threw the ball extremely well downfield. Obviously, it was a mistake on the interception, without question. And it's the first interception he's thrown, as Doug said, nearly 400 passes. Out of all the problems they had in the game, I mean, that pick six is a big one, but they overcame it to tie it. The problem that I have with the game is that they overcame it, had a chance to win, and they kind of pulled back on the reins and said, let's just, we're going to go conservative and we'll settle for the field goal, and hopefully we'll win the coin toss and get the ball and win the game in overtime. That's the issue I had. Wow.
Kurt is on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Kurt?
Hey guys, I love your show. First time caller. My question is when does Dan Campbell become a liability? And what I mean, this is for me. I don't think that this scenario could even happen. I think that the owners already came out and said Dan's our guy no matter what. But if something happens and this season turns out to be worse than last season and we get less than 9 wins, do we make a move to say not. We want Ben Johnson? Because Ben Johnson's out of here next year. Yeah. So
Probably
I'm
not.
saying,
It's hard to
who's
me.
better?
It'd have to be an absolute, utter leadership collapse. And I don't think there's a scenario where Ben Johnson, you're suggesting if this season goes south, just replace Dan Campbell with Ben Johnson. I think that scenario is slightly north of 0.0.
Well, for me, there's two guys. There's the good old boy Dan Campbell, and then there's the coach who's standing there bumbling with the clipboard, going, "What do I do? It's fourth down. What do I do?" And I like the guy who can get my locker room going, but when it comes down to make the decision, he ain't making this. The announcers, the guys on the TV are constantly going, "What are you doing, Dan? What are you doing?" They're telling them.
What was the record in the last 10 games of the season last year?
I know, but a lot of those games were very close.
And oh my God. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for pointing out that a lot of those games are very close. So do you think maybe those close games come down to some decisions that the head coach is going to make, and that he made decisions that put them in a winning position in those close games? Maybe. Look, if you don't like the guy who's
from beating the Chiefs in Kansas City, and people are talking about end of era scenarios.
I mean, if you don't like the gambling that he does during the game, I understand.
I can
and
too.
It's there, right? And my response to it basically is accept it, because that's who he is, and that's what they've done to be successful to this point. I have a huge problem with how they handled the end of the game. Hearing him discuss it this morning, I didn't feel comfortable with his explanation of it. But my God, people.
I think what you're hearing is a very strong reaction to what seems really out of character for Dan Campbell at the end of the game on Seattle.
Well,
and some would say overreaction to that. I think that's what that final drive has done to a lot of people. Has started questioning things they weren't questioning before. Yeah, of course it's crazy to say, should we promote Ben Johnson at some point if the season goes? Yeah, we're not down that road yet. But I think, guys, that's how confusing I think that last drive was for a lot of people. And so out of character for Dan Campbell.
I guess just...
And then his explanation this morning didn't help at all. Not in love with that answer. I'm not in love with that answer.
I'm not either, but are you already looking for replacements?
No, but I got to tell you, we've got a couple ticket texts saying, did they promote Ben Johnson at some point if things go bad?
How bad would they have to go?
They'd have to go really, really bad. Like, catastrophically bad, right? Like, where they don't even look competitive in the next few weeks, I would say. Something like that.
Aaron, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what the hell's going on with all of these callers, with all the Lions fans. After the Kansas City game, we had people calling into your radio station talking about Lions for the Super Bowl. Lions going to win the conference. Lions doing this. They're going to win 12 games. And now people are bring up the backup quarterback and fire Dan Campbell. People need to calm down. It was a heck of a game. First off, if Jared Goff didn't throw that interception, we win the game more than likely. But the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game make mistakes, and he had gone.
The Lions beat Kansas City because Patrick
games.
Mahomes threw a pick six the week earlier. I mean, I just.
They had a chance to win the last possession of regulation.
Don't love their approach.
Don't love that they settled for the field goal.
I'm not going to love. I didn't love Andy Reid going for it on 4th and 25. As a Lions fan, I was curious. I was like, I actually prefer them going for this on 4th and 25. And then in the back of my mind, I said, of course, if they convert this, which would be very Lions-like. But Andy Reid went for it on 4th and 25. And he is a great coach by all accounts.
Yep.
You're never going to have 100% approval rating from in-game decisions. Got it. And I will continue to contend if he punted on 4th and 2 from their own 45 late in the third quarter with a 4-point lead, nobody would have called and said you should go for it. But planning on the next coach already?
Well, it's one or two callers out of.
Well, it's one caller and I guess a bunch of texters. All right, good. More of your phone calls and feedback, 97.1.
seat like 5 minutes, at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than
They
usual.
did.
Yeah.
They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively. And Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating.
I'd prefer to not be here right now. Welcome in. People, I thought we were done with it. I thought we were done with having to lower our expectations, but that's where I'm at. It's a beautiful day. Here in Detroit. It's a beautiful life. But I have to tell you, I have to lower my expectations for this team because they're not ready for it. They're not ready to deliver on what I thought they were ready to deliver on because yesterday was unforgivable. That was as rat-ass, sloppy, nonsense a performance as you're going to see. 10 days rest, coming home, a team coming to town who has no playmakers up front, and has street free agents at both tackle spots. You hit the quarterback one time. This team went out and made mistakes that they just don't make. And whether it's, I got a real problem with one of the fourth downs, but that's fine. The fumble to come out of the half, to flip the game on its ear. This defense on third down, able to do nothing. Nothing. And Rico's BFF, Geno Smith, beats us again.
right. It's been quite a last few calls.
Strange.
Look, it's there's all kinds of different opinions out there, and I guess everybody's got one, and that's okay. I'm just surprised to some of the extremes because we've taken, now that Jared Goff is throwing interceptions again, he's thrown one in his last 390 passes, but now that he's throwing interceptions again, that's one.
Here we go again.
And is there a scenario moving forward where they fire Dan Campbell and promote Ben Johnson so we don't lose him? I don't know. I mean, sure. But, I mean, it's almost like saying, I'll give you another scenario. When we win the Super Bowl, how do we keep Ben Johnson? Like, that's the other extreme.
Right. I think Lions fans do share that, like, regardless of what happens this year. Let's say they make the playoffs and they lose the first playoff game, or they win the first playoff game and lose the second one, whatever the case is. I think we all feel like Ben Johnson's going to move on to become a head coach somewhere because that's just the way the NFL is built. The NFL loves offense. They love young guys. And here's a guy that would have a couple years under his belt for resume building that looks pretty good. So I don't expect Ben Johnson to be here with the Lions next season. And you'd hate to lose the young guy head coach. But at the same time, I like the guy here now.
All right.
He's, he and Brad Holmes have this great symbiotic relationship that gets this team to be being built the way they want it built. And I like how they're building it. I don't like that they suffered a bunch of injuries on Sunday. I hate that. And that's what's got us questioning more than anything else is the injuries. But now people are letting the injuries affect their mind about other things. And, we're having to talk. Ken got to talk you off the ledge, which I get because we've all been hurt before.
I don't want to fire Dan Campbell, by the way. That's not.
Is Goff the problem?
No, that was no. The last two calls, I have no idea. I'm worried about injuries.
Are injuries the problem?
I'm worried about injuries. Yes, but,
injuries are the problem.
But I also did not like. I like Dan Campbell a lot. I think he should be the head coach of this team. I do not like his answer to why he went conservative at the end of the game.
Nobody likes it. Nobody likes that. He doesn't get a free pass for it. He's getting called out for it. We're calling the morning show. We're calling him out. I'm pretty sure what's going to happen at 2:00 is they're going to call him out. Look, I think it's an atrocious take on how you're approaching that, and I really wish that he would kind of backtrack and go, okay, I understand how it's being taken maybe the wrong way. Here's what I really meant. But he said it, and he defended it, and good for him for doing that and saying it, but, I mean, everybody's disagreeing with it because it's the mindset of thinking that it's halftime and that you want to get the points. Treating it like it's halftime when it's not. Like you said it perfectly, Doug. It's the finality of the whole thing. There's no finality at halftime. Heck, you can not kick the field goal at halftime, and it's okay.
Yep.
Because you still have the ball, and you're getting the ball back first in the second half. When you get to the end of regulation, and you have the mentality that, we're going to treat this like it's halftime, it's not.
No.
There is a finality. You can win the game in regulation. But his scenario was he didn't want to give them the ball back. Got it. Makes sense. Second thing. We'd wanted nothing worse than the worst case scenario was a field goal. Yeah, I agree. Worst case scenario, field goal. But it leaves room for a ton of aggressiveness and still try to get the ball in the end zone. And that's the disconnect because that's where, and it was a question that was asked right after they asked him a question about being aggressive and going for it on fourth and whatever and missing, looked like maybe it was interference, stuff like whatever. Right? They were aggressive there, but then you get to the end game. You've got the clock worked down. You still have 3 timeouts in 30 seconds, and you go conservative with short passes instead of going for the dagger.
Yeah, and also, Gator, another thing I didn't like was he almost spoke as if the field goal was a given. It wasn't. You still have to. You got a field goal attempt coming up, maybe because of where you're at in the field, but that's not given, especially with the kicking situation you have here in Detroit. So why not go for a touchdown where you don't even have to rely on a possible game-tying field goal, right?
Well, they're all defend him a little bit because then I like that he's got the confidence in the kicker where it's like, oh yeah, we got this. I mean, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't.
But you didn't have confidence in him earlier in the game when you could have kicked it like a 49-yarder.
But he wanted more points than that. Which is the disconnect, because you're aggressive there, but you're not here.
We're going to have to replay the answer to the question. Let's do it now, and then we'll get back to your phone calls. The question was why the somewhat passive approach towards just accepting a field goal attempt at the end of regulation instead of going for it. Here's what he said. Okay, look, he obviously valued tremendously the fact that they had a chance to tie the game. But you know what this reminds me of, Gator? A little bit. I've kind of said this jokingly. I've said it jokingly a lot. When I'm standing over a birdie putt, 4-foot putt for birdie, doesn't happen very often. But I will say out loud just to make people laugh, when you have a birdie putt, I'll walk up to the ball and I'll go, okay, protect bogey. Which I'm saying facetiously because nobody's protecting bogey when they're standing over birdie putt.
Right.
I feel like he was protecting bogey. 248-539-9797. Lewis is next. Hi, Lewis.
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I got a couple things and then a question for you. The thing about the fourth down, 4th and 2 going forward in that situation is our defense is playing horrible. And you're giving it to a guy that's facing us and playing like a Hall of Fame quarterback. So why would you want to give him a short field to work with? That makes no sense. And then he's gambling like this, and he's getting his reputation as a gambler. But at the end of the game, it's like he's going into a bar fight to knock a guy out, but he keeps hitting the guy in the shoulder. It makes no sense. So you're like, what? What are you doing?
So he wasn't. I will say this in his defense on the 4th and 2 thing. He wasn't thinking give him a short field. He was thinking I'm stealing a possession here.
I think that's not smart football. That's the biggest problem with it. And I think that's what people are looking at. That's just not smart football. I think you give that guy a long field to work with, and it's Geno Smith. Maybe he makes a mistake or something like that. I think that's how you got to play that situation. I hope he takes heed to that in the future. And then I heard you say earlier you like the position he has us in, and I'm just wondering what position is that right now? Because as of right now, outside of really the hype, he hasn't done nothing that any other coach in Detroit has done, but outside Lewis, the hype. Now I love it. I love that.
Do you think they're going to win the division?
I was thinking we were going to win the division. I don't know now.
I still think they're going to win the division. I think they're going to win the division. That's the position I like that he's put him in. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
So Builders First Source is definitely a place to go if you want to add curb appeal to your house, right? Add curb appeal, value, and beauty to your home with new Therma-Tru entry doors from Builders First Source. It's the experts in door installation. Therma-Tru doors, it's the brand that's preferred by building professionals. They offer durable, energy-efficient doors in a variety of beautiful styles. Then you can have your new Therma-Tru doors installed properly the first time with the expert installation team from Builders First Source. You can find their 2 Metro Detroit locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships at buildersfirstsource.com.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The 2 most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number 1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number 1 team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Matt next here on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Okay.
Hey, so just wanted to chat a little bit about Ben Johnson. I know a lot of the talk today has been about Dan Campbell and the 4th downs and the decision-making, but I'm wondering what you guys think about this. How much do these decisions, when you talk about being down 10, the lack of urgency, and then being down 3 with a minute 40, still no urgency, kind of playing for the field goal, how much does that fall on Ben Johnson? He's the one in Jared Goff's ear. And then
let me just ask you a question. What about their behavior down 10 said lack of sense of urgency to you? Because I actually thought they did play with a sense of urgency on their final touchdown drive.
Yeah, to me, the whole time they were walking up to the line, they were still huddling. I thought at that point, down 10 with that much time left, that maybe you go to the no huddle. Maybe you don't waste time huddling, walking up to the line.
Okay, I guess I was okay with the way they're doing, as long as they got the ball in the end zone and gave themselves a chance. But I mean, I used to think, and Matt, I guess I'll tell you one of the reasons why I believe that. And I talked to John Jansen about this, and I talked to a coach about this, because when the no huddle's working, I always wonder why teams didn't do it more frequently during the game, and it's because you kill your offensive line. They can't go no huddle for if you're down by 3 scores, but I think down by 2 scores with 8:04 to go and they got the ball back, I think it's okay not to huddle. But beyond that, I mean, there's no doubt it felt to almost everybody everywhere there wasn't a sense of urgency on their final possession. And I don't know how much of it falls on Ben Johnson. I think the head coach says, here's how we're playing this, and the offensive coordinator calls plays to reflect his approach.
Gotcha. I think that'd be an interesting thing to ask Dan Campbell and see how much of that, is that even a conversation that Ben Johnson and him are having? I don't know, but I'm not hitting the panic button. I know a lot of people are. I think this team's built to withstand the injury, so everybody just take a deep breath and let's see what we do in the next few weeks.
I think that's important, Matt. 248-539-9797. Billy is next. Hi, Billy.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
Well, I just wanted to give you a little take. People are a little overreacting on this one. You look at what Sparky said about the Tigers back in the day. Give it the first quarter of the season and then make a decision, because you look at last year, what were they, 1-5?
1-6.
I mean, 1-6. Yes, exactly. And now we're 1-1. So let's see what happens over the next few games. And, I think Holmes and company have it in check. They're drafting well. They're doing everything well. So, my take is, give it a chance and we'll see what happens,
So, Billy, I think one thing we're seeing is how much people care, right? At the core of this, people care deeply and want to see them be successful. And that's what we're dealing with here. A fan base that is very much invested emotionally and is a little bit scared of how they felt, and is probably more prone historically to seeing how things can go wrong instead of go right. I gave at the beginning of the show I spent 9 months and 15 days building my belief system as to why this team is going to be good, and I'm not throwing it out for a 3+ hour performance on one Sunday.
It was a weird interview this morning with Dan Campbell on the morning show for me to listen to, because the concerns I had about the game that were brought up to him, he kind of blew off. That, hey, like, is there a problem with the way that the linebackers are covering tight ends? And he kind of blew that up. No, yeah, we're fine. It just, they didn't get a pass rush. The plays get, extended, and, they end up, making some plays. But no, we're fine. We're fine. And I'm like, you're not. I think it's a big problem. But he tried to have a calming influence about that. Hey, I didn't like the way that they finished up in the first half or the second half, and he tries to defend that. It didn't like that. And then the other thing that really has me a little nervous here is when he was addressing the injuries. And it was sort of met with, initially it's it's day to day, it's not that big of a deal, but then it's also, he kept talking, and then it made it seem like it's more than just day to day. That's what has me concerned. How long is Decker out? Because it seemed like last week that, based on what you're reading from what he has said after practice, that Decker was actually maybe a game time decision, but they ruled him out the day before. You found out about that. Okay, so what about so he'll be back ready for next week? Maybe not yet. And they have a short week to prepare for Green Bay after Atlanta. So I'm concerned, is he going to miss 2 games? 2 more games? Because you can't afford to lose Decker for more than that. And this is where and then the other injuries too. Like Montgomery, don't know if it's going to be a game or no games or 2 games. I don't know. And I think this is The big problem that it's the schedule right now with these 2 games coming up in 10 days is a big issue.
The way Seattle's emergency tackle stepped up is the way Detroit's O-line might have to step up. Brian is next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, I think, first off, Seattle and Detroit should play every year. I think we got a real rivalry. They always play each other pretty close.
Honestly, I'm starting to hate those effing guys. I really am.
Right, and that's good for, you know what I mean? That's good for good business for the NFL. Sadly, we've been on the losing end of since Golden Tate back. He was around, you know, that's far back as I can remember. Anyway, with Seattle. But at any rate, I agree with the caller maybe 4 callers ago. Calm down, Detroit Lions fans. I'm one too. I'm a fan too, but I'm a realist. If two things, if one or two things hadn't happened, if that fumble hadn't happened by Montgomery and the pick six, if one of those 2 things hadn't happened, I think Detroit, we would have won the game. That's what I think. Now going forward, we have a chance. The coaching staff has a chance. The Lions organization to exercise that SOL thing, because we're going to see how they're going to respond after this loss. You know, that's the thing. Now, the thing, and I'll close with this, they had a great, exciting team going into the first game of the season. Listen, at this stage today, they're not the same team because they have Montgomery out and who else is out? I forget now.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Decker.
Gardner-Johnson. Right, and all those players, Houston, I think, is out. So they're not the same team now. So we have to readjust on the fly, so to speak, and how good will they be going forward? They're not the same team that we were predicting to be, you know, stellar during the offseason. But, again, injuries are part of the game. They have a chance to exercise that goal still the same, and let's see what happens from here on out.
Brian, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Scott next here on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I am here to defend Dan Campbell on that last possession. And I think what he said in the morning show, he agrees with me. There was one play that messed up that whole drive, and it was a second down play. Jared Goff, I think it was 2nd and 6. Jared Goff throws over the middle to St. Brown, and he threw it in the dirt.
Yeah.
And before that play, I thought they were very urgent. I thought the urgency was high because I think the first play they had a 12-yard gain, second play, 11-yard gain.
It was about the clock, though. It was about the clock. They let the clock in 3 plays go from 1:44 to 26 seconds.
I agree. The clock, he could have managed the clock better, but I'll be honest, I didn't want to give it back to Seattle either because I had no trust in our defense. And I think if he completed that one completion to St. Brown, and even Dan Campbell said it this morning, he said, we had a missed throw there in that quote. He said, we missed a throw. That was the throw he's talking about. If they complete that for a first down, they keep marching, and I'm confident this game ends differently.
He did say, and then we'd have 3 shots at the end zone. And so I think that is exactly what he was referencing. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Look, in the midst of all this talk today, Mel Tucker did release a statement. After we got off the air yesterday, it was announced by Michigan State that they were going to fire him for cause. Just a real quick summation or your thoughts on this whole thing.
Well, I mean, this obviously the whole story is it's a mess, but it's getting back to, it's volleying back and forth between Michigan State, Mel Tucker, Brenda Tracy. I think it's obvious that Michigan State, at this point, to me, it seems obvious that they want to move on as quickly as possible. And it behooves the university to do so. But you better make sure that you got all your T's crossed and all your I's dotted, and don't rush to judgment on this before you know exactly what's going on. And you better have ironclad reasons and evidence that support what you're doing, because you're talking about $80 million, nearly $80 million in a contract that you're trying to break here by saying it's done with cause. So you know that Mel Tucker is going to come back fighting, because that's a ton of money to have to give up. I mean, the story, it's a he said, she said story unless other evidence comes forth that we don't know about, right? But there's so much about this case and how the story was leaked in the first place. I mean, and now they're doing an investigation into that, which, yeah, you should. But Mel's statement says that he wanted some investigatory information about potential leaks that he alerted Michigan State to back in August, which was a couple weeks before it broke through USA Today, and that Michigan State did nothing. So he's made some allegations in this latest statement. And like I said, Michigan State better have it all buttoned down and know exactly what they're doing and expect, we expected Mel to come back at us like this. It's fine. We got this, because this could play out a long time, and it could be even more disgraceful.
You don't want it to handcuff Michigan State moving forward. No. And the best thing for Michigan State right now is to resolve this thing as quickly and painlessly financial and otherwise as possible. Like, get it over with, cancel the contract.
Which is what they've done.
Would not have to pay him a cent. And you go step by step. Make sure you don't do anything that jeopardizes, you don't want to have a wrongful termination lawsuit on your hands, and you don't want to be culpable for the money that you owe him. I would have to think that their contract lawyer experts have said, yeah, this is ironclad, because they didn't wait for the hearing. So whatever's information they already have, and there's rumors out there that there's going to be more, but whatever information they have, you'd have to think that the contract lawyers say this is ironclad, and Tucker's going to fight it. And that was his last money cannon job, right? He may coach again.
Right, but it was not for $10 million a year or $9 million a year. No.
And so he is battling for every cent he can get. And Michigan State it behooves them to get this over with quickly and financially painlessly.
Well, Michigan State acted, immediately after it was released through USA Today, within hours, and they said suspended without pay. And now 8 days later, they've terminated the contract. So what's happened in the last week to lead them to believe that they can do this? Well, obviously they've gone over the contract with a fine-tooth comb. They know the areas where they believe are strong that would support their case. And like I said, it better be ironclad, because Mel's, Tuck may be done with the Tuck coming thing with Michigan State, but he's coming for Michigan State's money. And if he feels that he's been wronged, and we still don't really know what his full side of the story is. It's been kind of vague with his whole assertion that they did have a personal relationship. Okay.
Now he's saying there's a medical issue.
Well, and there's something in the statement about that they denied him the chance there. Let me get back to the actual wording of it. It was MSU sent its notice of intent to terminate just days after I emailed Alan Haller requesting a medical leave under the Family and Medical Leave Act for a serious health condition. Well, he sends that presumably after he was suspended indefinitely without pay, but before they terminated the contract. So I'm not sure what difference that makes. why you're still suspended in that time. But that's a legal thing. This sucks for me because I'm one of the few people that actually I don't still support Mel Tucker, but I support Mel Tucker as a Michigan State coach up until this whole incident. I think it's just convenient for everybody to come out and attack him. I feel like there's more to the story. I want to know the rest of the story before I fully condemn the man, because I think there is a story there. But as far as Michigan State's concerned, you got to wipe your hands clean of this situation. It was a mistake to begin with, getting into a relationship with somebody who should not have gotten into a relationship with. And then if the case bears out that it's her side of the story that's true, then it's obvious.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Steve here next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hi. Good afternoon.
What's up?
Hey, I want to talk briefly about the Lions situation. The last game, the coaching staff was in a no-win situation. If they would have went for a touchdown and the ball was intercepted or they were unsuccessful, people would be criticizing the coaching staff for not going for a field goal. They went for a field goal. They made it. They go into overtime, and they don't win.
Here's the argument, Steve, and this is why I don't think it was a no-win situation. I think Dan Campbell and the Lions should have, based upon the way that was going, put more faith in their offense than their defense. The way he played it, he didn't put as much faith in the offense as he apparently put in the defense. Now, he didn't know they were going to lose the coin flip. He didn't know that. And I think if the Lions had gotten the ball first, I think they would have scored. And if they thrown an interception, well, the fact of the matter is their quarterback had just gone 380-something passes without throwing one, and he threw one earlier. But the bottom line here is I don't think he showed enough faith in his offense.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but what is most people ignore is that we really don't have an effective deep threat. This is the real weakness in the offense. And until they rectify that,
their deep threat's suspended and or a seventh-round pick,
and they just scored 31 points and lost.
Yeah, if they had a sense of urgency, the way that last drive was going, they could have dinked and dunked deep into their territory before they played the let's kick the field goal game. Let's take 3 shots at the end zone and kick the field goal. Like if you're running to the line of scrimmage and now you're on their 26-yard line, you run to the line of scrimmage, you get another short gain, run to the line of scrimmage or use a timeout. Maybe you're at the 6-yard line instead of the 21 or whatever they were.
Yeah, I don't think too many people are going to defend what he was trying to do at the end of regulation there. I think that's a big issue in the game. But moving forward, the bigger issue is how are they going to respond to the injury bug?
The one thing he's right about is had they thrown an interception, people would be calling him saying you got to protect the field goal. He's right about that. Although
sure.
I wouldn't have thought that was fair, but people would have done it. Austin is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Austin.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
Hey, I just want to say a few things. First off, if they got that touchdown at the end, nobody's saying Dan Campbell made a mistake. I bet you he regrets making that call and not, being a little more urgent and trying to go for the touchdown. If they end it, fine. If they get the coin flip, nobody's talking about this. Secondly, 4, 5, 6 callers ago, that guy saying fire Dan Campbell, that guy's a bum. Like, stop.
Well, what he said was, if this goes south, are they going to fire him and replace him with Ben Johnson? And I'm thinking it would have to really go south to have Dan Campbell get fired.
I believe like the next caller also said something about Jared Goff. I'm all in on Jared Goff. I don't think there should be any question, any fans that question. He had a great game. I don't think his pick six, sure, fine. One mistake in 390 passes? Like, get that out of the way. Thirdly, how come no one's talking about Aaron Glenn in
in this game? Like, why is it all
Well,
on
we
Dan
talked about
Campbell?
it. We
Like,
talked about it yesterday, and Aaron Glenn. If Aaron Glenn came on the station today, we might be talking about his responses. It got discussion yesterday, and I think Aaron Glenn would tell you got to have a better day moving forward. You know, I mean, Aaron Glenn, week 1, pretty good job against Mahomes and company. Week 2, not as good a job against Geno Smith, and Aaron Glenn could use a bounce back game for sure.
But is this a red flag on Aaron Glenn? And I don't mean on the season, because he did, like you said, week 1 was fine, week 2 not so much. It's the 3 times against Seattle. Now, is
Weird,
this
huh?
a Seattle problem? Maybe, but why haven't you learned your lesson, from the same type of offense or the same team or whatever? Like, moving forward, does another team use Seattle's game plan against Aaron Glenn? Because he seems to not have...
It's not the same game plan. This is why I think you look at it, the first 2 games, Rashad Penny ran wild, right? So they did it with running the football. They didn't run the ball against the Lions. They killed them with attacking with the 3 tight ends that combined for 132 yards receiving.
If the Lions draw Seattle in the postseason, I'm worried.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm worried. I'm excited because I want to get back at them.
Yeah.
We hate, like you said, we hate these effing guys.
I'm starting to hate these guys. I hated the 2 losses when they gave up 99 points. I hated the way that I think, demeaningly thanked Detroit and all that for beating Green Bay and all that crap last year when in a game where they got all the calls down the stretch.
Then they were wearing the masks in the locker room and the whole bit.
I'm really starting to hate these guys. 248-539-9797. Get ready for the start of the NFL season because right now all customers get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game, and you get a bonus bet back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug so you don't want to miss your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
This was such... I don't think we overplayed how hyped this game was for fans as a season opener, coming off a victory over the defending Super Bowl champs.
The building was a lot.
Standing room only. Everyone talked about how loud it was. The players, the coaches, media, everything. And I expected a good team, which I still think the Lions can be a good team, by the way, because it's only 2 games in the year. But you win this game. We all said it. You go out and win this game. And to let down the fans, including myself, because I'm a fan, it's just so deflating that they lost this game.
It was exactly deflating. All the energy that came in from, the place was amazing yesterday. Everybody was in their seat like at least 5 minutes before kickoff, which never happens. People filter in a little bit later. Everyone was already there.
I heard they opened the doors even earlier than
They
usual.
did. They did. And it was so loud before the first snap of the game. I'm like, wow, this place is crazy loud right now. And an 8-minute drive to start the game by Seattle just totally put a pin in it. And, the Lions, they struggled. And then finally they start, doing their thing offensively. And Goff looked fantastic. But it was deflating.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Devin is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Devin.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing good.
Hey, so a couple callers stole my thunder, but I agree. Like, at this point, we got to roll with Campbell and trust him. Without those decisions keep us in a lot of games and have won us more games than they've lost us. Like, if we're going to talk decisions, no one's talking the fake punt in game one that probably stole us a possession and won the game. So, I mean, at this point, I'm going to trust whatever he does.
Well, look, if there's a little bit of – you're going to have to accept that this is part of the Dan Campbell experience. And we're keeping track of Campbell's gambles. He's 2 for 5 right now, as best we can tell. And, you know, he did steal a possession in the opener. He went for it on 4th down in this one, which got him 7 points. He also went for it on 4th down, which gave up terrible field position. He had an approach at the end of regulation that seems non-congruent with the rest of the way he coaches. But, I mean, this is part of the Campbell experience.
Hey, he's dropped from being 3-1 odds to win Coach of the Year to 10-1 odds.
Has he really?
1 week to the next.
I would also say, like, without those 2 turnovers, we're not even having this discussion. We're winning that game. But I did have a point like that I am a little worried about with the injuries, especially with the secondary now and James Houston. I feel like we have cap space. I don't have a name in mind, but do you guys feel like we should make some phone calls and try to get Hutchinson some help here?
Possibly. Yeah. I think it's
I
certainly
think that could change a lot.
We talked about this, Devin, a lot in the offseason because they were entering the season with some question marks at certain positions. One of them was defensive end. One of them was wide receiver. And one of the great things about the trade deadline is the Lions have, they got draft capital moving forward and they got cap space. So they could take on a salary from some disappointing team that is considering starting a rebuild and wants to get out from under a contract. And I suggested Devontae Adams from the Raiders if you go wide receiver. There's a number. I mean,
Tampa's got Mike Evans at the receiver, although they started off 2-0.
We got to see how their season progresses. But, yeah. Those are wide receivers. I was thinking it would be wide receiver, but it might be DN too. And yes, those are phone calls they should make. If they stay in this thing, and I expect they will.
Well, this is what's scary. Is it 2 weeks ago we're starting to begin the season. We're like, okay, what areas do we consider to be strengths or they have the most depth? And we're like, well, defensive line and secondary. It's being tested. It's being tested right away. Injuries to Pascal and to James Houston can be pretty big injuries to this team. And then C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Mosley still hasn't seen the field. In fact, it got worse because he added a hamstring injury to recovering from the knee surgery. They've got some questions here. They got to answer. And who's going to get back? When do they get back? How long are people out? I look at Sunday's game, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. It has this kind of must-win feel to it.
Let's go to Jay on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, what up, though, boys? How y'all doing today?
We're good, right. Jay. What's up?
Nothing much, man. Mike Vrabel sucks. Look, the thing that's worrying me most about the Lions right now, I'm not pushing the panic button, but I definitely lifted the cover off of it. And it's not because of anything that happened during the gameplay on Sunday, because it's ups and downs. Like, if you're somebody like me that thought they would win 10 or 11 games, I mean, you thought they would lose 6 or 7. So It was going to come along.
Yep.
What I feel like happened Sunday, and I gave Coach Campbell credit for the same thing the week before, I feel like we got punched in the face, and his coaching at the end of the game was reflection on how we had been punched in the face, and it threw him out of character. Like, the idea that kicking a field goal with no time left is better than giving Seattle the ball with them needing a touchdown with like 30 seconds left and we can't defend the whole field. Like, that's not a fear that we should have had.
No.
But I feel like the way the game was going and the way we got punched in the face and they like roughed us up. And like, just like in the first game, I feel like the pressure that he put on Andy Reid made him go out of character and go for a 4th and 25 with 3 timeouts. I feel like it was the same thing. So I'm not panicking about last week, but what I will say is I think this game this week is a SOL game, and if we lose, I feel like this season could go from a 10 or 11 win season to a 7-win season. based on this next game. SOL wasn't always.
Jay, I will say one thing: is last year they were 1-6, and they kept playing for their coach. They bounced back from that. They didn't panic. They didn't melt down. They finished strong. Now the job is to not get to so deep a hole this year. I don't think these guys are going to panic, even if they lose Sunday. I still believe they believe in Dan Campbell. Now, maybe there's some minor erosion of that belief, but I don't think so. Not that fast. Not that fast.
Yeah, I think the concern is about injuries. It's not. I mean, if it's gameplay, I guess then is that a bigger concern? If you really think it's what happened on Sunday, the way that they went about it, is that the biggest issue, or is it just they came up a little short? You didn't like how they finished the regulation. They got the field goal, forced overtime, and they weren't able to stop them and lost. I don't know. I'm more concerned about the injuries than anything else. I don't think there's some sort of major issue we have with the coach. The coach is the same coach he's always been, except for that last drive.
Too early to say. Do you think next week we're doing shows and they're 2-1?
Do I think? So you're asking me? Do I think they're going to beat?
Yeah.
Atlanta. I think they beat Atlanta.
Kang, you're more skeptical. Right now? Is it too early for you to make that call? Do you think next week we'll be doing shows at 2-1?
I like to get some more injury updates, but I mean, yeah, if you force me right now, I would expect the Lions to win at home against Atlanta.
Yeah. Me too. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kevin?
Here's a couple of things. Number one, Dan Campbell, love the guy. Learn from your mistakes if you think they're mistakes, and get better. But on an interview, and I'm sorry I missed your guys' interview with him, I would just ask him, what did you learn on offense and what did you learn on defense? But that's not my question. My question is, I'm at the game, I'm watching this guy in the backfield on Seattle, and I'm not an aficionado for football, so this guy is in motion, and he runs to the other side of the field, and our defensive player follows him. Then he runs back, and our defensive player stays there. And then they hit him in the flat, 10 yards, no one's near him, and it happened 4 times, all for a first down. Aren't there guys up in the box saying, hey, you guys, we got to follow this guy?
Well, it depends on what the coverage is. If it's man or it's zone, how much they're trying to disguise the coverage. Because sometimes, I mean, that's one of the big tells in football is when you send somebody in motion, does a guy run across the field with him, means man defense. Unless you're trying to disguise it. Unless you're trying to disguise it and it's really zone defense and you're trying to give them a false tell.
So when they bring him back the other way and the guy stays there, then it looks like it's more zone.
Because here's my question. I mean, when that guy runs down and follows him down the field, and then that offensive player runs back, there's no one on him now.
Yeah, I don't know what the scheme of the play called defensively. I can't answer that question. You'd have to know what the point of whatever they called defensively was as to why they did what you said. And I'm not familiar with what scheme and what play. I don't even really remember. But all right, straight ahead. Jared Goff talks directly to fans or standing on the ledge. And what about the approach to the last drive in regulation? Some of the questions for the Lions quarterback next. 97.1 The Ticket.
I'd prefer to not be here right now. Welcome in. People, I thought we were done with it. I thought we were done with having to lower our expectations, but that's where I'm at. It's a beautiful day here in Detroit. It's a beautiful life. But I have to tell you, I have to lower my expectations for this team because they're not ready for it. They're not ready to deliver on what I thought they were ready to deliver on. Because yesterday was unforgivable. That was as rat-ass, sloppy, nonsense a performance as you're going to see. 10 days rest, coming home, a team coming to town who has no playmakers up front and has street free agents at both tackle spots. You hit the quarterback one time. This team went out and made mistakes that they just don't make. And whether it's, I got a real problem with one of the fourth downs, but that's fine. The fumble to come out of the half, to flip the game on its ear. This defense on third down, able to do nothing. Nothing. And Rico's BFF, Geno Smith, beats us again.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
Carson Anderson, our weekly conversation with the quarterback of the Lions, Jared Goff, who joins us now. And Jared, let's start with the beginning, driving down to Ford Field and getting in that building, the atmosphere, the fans. You played in Super Bowls. You played in Seattle a bunch. How did this compare?
Yeah, it was fun, man. It was fun that morning being there and seeing all the fans and tailgating, driving in, and then the energy in the crowd. It was the best home atmosphere I've ever played in front of, and excited for it to hopefully continue to be that way.
What time do you get there in the morning, and how did this one differ from previous game days when you get down there?
I get there at the same time. This was no different.
No, I meant the crowd as far as what you saw out there. How different was it compared to what you've seen before on game days?
You're saying pregame?
Yeah, just driving in. Like, did you notice that there were more people?
Sure. Yeah. There was much more outside walking around, tailgating. A lot more people wearing jerseys walking around. There's much more excitement. And then even like you mentioned, pregame, being in the stadium pregame. Tons of more people there, and it was a lot of fun.
The crowd's that loud. Is it almost sometimes? Does it get too loud at times for you guys on the field?
Never. When we're on offense, you don't want them to be loud, but when we're on defense, be as loud as they want. They gave the Seahawks some issues in their procedure stuff, and it's an advantage for us. But no, when we're on offense, we'd like them to stay as quiet as possible.
You're a leader of this team. We took some calls from fans yesterday that were really almost panicked and not just losing the game, but the injuries as they piled up, and we got word of C.J. Gardner-Johnson and all that. Direct line to the fans. What do you say to those that are worried? How do you reinstill confidence?
Yeah, we're 1-1. We got 15 games left to see how the rest of the season shapes out. It's a long season. A lot of things come and go. A lot of things change. Obviously, sick about CJ. He'll be out for a little while, but it's a long year, and we got to make sure we're still coming ready to play every week and continuing to find a way to win games.
Got to ask you about a play in that game. What was up with the late hit by Darrell Taylor, who just took a free run at you?
Yeah, I genuinely think it was an honest mistake. He thought I had the ball, and took a pretty good hit at me there. He did a little sack celebration, thinking he got a sack. Unfortunately, it was about a 10 to 15 yard gain going the other way. But yeah, he'll get a little check in the mail, I'm sure, at some point this week. But I know it was an honest mistake, so no harm.
So you get up and then you kind of walk over to him and say something. Were you kind of hoping that your offensive linemen were right behind you in a hurry, or were you ready to throw down at that point?
You think I'm ready to throw down at any point?
Hey, you're a bigger guy than people might think. I mean, you're 6'4", man. You're a professional football player.
Yeah, I'm not throwing down with anybody at any point. Certainly not during the middle of the game with the defensive lineman, but had some words for him, sure.
As a player, how long does it take for you to digest a loss like that and throw it in the garbage before you can concentrate on what's next up, which is the Atlanta Falcons? How long do you give yourself to, if you're beating up yourself or whatever?
Yeah, it's usually the 24-hour rule is what they say. Win or lose, I try to tend to move on even quicker than that and get in the building on Monday and even Sunday night and start on the next opponent. These weeks go by fast, and the further ahead you can get in your film study and where you're going to be, the more at ease you'll be towards the end of the week. So, I try to move on pretty quickly, win or lose.
One of the things early in this season, it looks like you've really immediately developed the chemistry with Sam Laporta. 10 catches on 11 targets. He's making plays for you guys out there. He's getting open. Tell us a little bit about where he's at right now. And am I right? Is this an early chemistry that you've got with him?
Yeah, man. He does a hell of a job. Ever since he's gotten here, he's a guy that I've noticed has great hands, great football instincts, runs great routes, has a great feel for the game. I guess that's what I'm saying with the football instincts, and understands space, and is a guy that I began to trust, and I know where he's going to be. He's got really strong hands at the catch point. You saw that with that one late in the game on the 3rd and 12. So when guys are making plays across the middle and catching balls like he is, it gains a lot of trust from me to want to continue to give it to him. And he's still young, but he's learning, and we're still going right along.
Can you take us into the huddle and describe what it's like when things are going so well for you as an offense, like they were at times, most of the time on Sunday, and what are players saying when they get back in there into the? Are players more vocal? Is it business like? Anybody get cocky when things are going well? What's it like?
To be honest with you, it's the same as when it's in from the outside looking in, not going well. If we're driving right along, we're pretty steady. If we're not driving right along, we're pretty steady. I wish there was a better answer for you, but there isn't much emotion into it. You just kind of go about your business, play in and play out. The guys are ready to go. They're very focused and listen to the play and line up and execute.
What do you attribute that to? Is that your calming influence? Did somebody have a calming influence on you? Where does that come from?
I think it's just pretty standard in the NFL that guys have to be able to line up and do their job. If they're running super high with emotion in between plays, it's pretty hard to focus on what you're supposed to do. And I guess you can attribute it to the maturity level of our guys and certainly our offensive line and the way they set the tempo for us. So guys fall into place, but no, I mean it's very focused in there and guys are ready to go.
Last drive of regulation. In retrospect, do you wish there was a greater sense of urgency to try and get the ball in the end zone?
It's a delicate balance, and I've got a lot of respect for that balance, that dance that you play. And of course you want to get 6 there. You want to score a touchdown on any of those plays. But at the same time, there's an idea in the back of your head that you don't want to kick a field goal with 45 seconds left. So you do have to run those scenarios as you're going, and it is a delicate dance there. But of course you'd like to get 6, and unfortunately we didn't. And then you lose the coin toss, you don't get a chance. But when we win the coin toss, you like to think it's a different game, and but it sometimes goes that way.
Could you tell, was Seattle specifically defending the end zone? I mean, did they defend it in such a way? No? Okay. Without David Montgomery, how ready is Jahmyr Gibbs for a bigger load? Yeah, man, he's done a great job. He's done a great job getting himself ready. I think his workload was continuing to increase regardless, and David's done a hell of a job. I thought David ran his tail off the other day and gave us some stuff in some run game situations that weren't favorable, and he made some great runs after. So, we'll miss him, but Gibby's going to be ready to go, and it'll be good.
What do you look forward to most on game day? Is there a certain play that you've worked on in practice that you can't wait to execute? Is it simply testing yourself against the opposition? What is it about game day that you most look forward to?
Yeah, just getting a chance to compete. There's this finite amount of games that you get. You're guaranteed 17, and each one of them counts the same. So, late in the year, it happens every year. You guys and everyone else will make a big deal about week 13 through 17. And to be honest, week 3 is just as much as value as that one. So to us, it's all the same. You get a chance to compete every week and try to make the most of it.
What challenges do the Falcons or does the Falcons defense present, and what team are they most like that you've played in the past?
I haven't played them yet, so I don't have a great answer for you. I may be able to answer it better on Monday next week, but on film, it's going to be a challenge because they have a new coordinator this year that we're, still trying to figure out what he's going to do. There's obviously 2 games of film out there that we'll watch and get a beat on, but there's some stuff that he'll do that, obviously isn't on film that, is just a new wrinkles for whatever they're doing on defense that we'll have to adjust to in game. But I don't know who they're most similar like that I've played, but maybe I will after we play them.
A couple of plays were fun on Sunday. The flea flicker, a look that you guys, I'm sure, had kind of watched, maybe set that up a little bit. Take us through that play from beginning to end.
Yeah, that was a great drop. I believe that was a Seth Ryan drop earlier in the week. One of our coaches, that was his idea, and when they have their safety down like that, they like to play aggressive to that side. We made it look like
we're a long way from the weekend, but that doesn't matter at Twin Peaks. The party starts daily with happy hour. A lot of places out there offer up happy hour specials, but none do it quite like Twin Peaks. They feature incredible specials on liquor, wine, and the 29-degree draft beers that you crave. My favorite. Right not to mention the amazing prices on some of their awesome scratch-made appetizers. Like
I don't know if it was something.
Typically, you just throw bites
a jump ball into
the
end zone, but
mini
you guys
crispy tacos,
almost
freshly
executed
made
that to
and
perfection.
seasoned ground beef, pepper jack,
Yeah,
cheese,
man, I was,
scratch,
we called
homemade
just all
pico
dough,
and
basically,
freshly
over.
fried taco shells,
And,
topped with sour cream.
you know,
It's the best
I don't
happy
know
hour in the
why
state.
they
Stop
were
by
in
and
single
see
high
for
prep,
yourself. They make
but
it fresh
they were,
every
and they
day.
gave us a
Drove
chance
past the
to
Twin
throw it,
Peaks
and,
early in the morning.
Say
A
Brown
month
made the
ago,
catch,
and
unfortunely,
why is the
ended up
parking lot
fumble,
full?
but,
Because they got people in
you know,
there
more
preparing the
times than
food
not, you-
every day.
you
It's not
think
heat
you
and
get
serve.
out of that
If you're a fan
tackle
of
and have
Twin
a
Peaks,
chance
sign
to
up for the
score,
E
so,
Club and stay up to date on all
yeah, it
things
was a
Twin
good
Peaks
little
and score free
chance
stuff.
for
Signing up
them
is
to go
easy.
away.
Just go to
Really cool day on Sunday with
twinpeaks.com/Club.
the
to get
Barry
started
Sanders
today and find
statue
a
being
location
unveiled.
nearest
They
you.
had
Go to Twin Peaks
people in there.
Restaurant.com.
Calvin Johnson, Barry Sanders there. Flavor Flav was there. Other people paying tribute on the big screen. Who are three legends from sports and entertainment that a 15-year-old Jared Goff would really get excited about? Not that you weren't on Sunday, of course, but when you were 15, who would the three people be?
Man, that's a good question. Well, one of them I got to meet last year is Eminem, for sure. Nice. For sure. That was like, you know, starstruck by him and how you know, obviously amazing he's been for years. Who else in football? I growing up, I mean, you know, Joe Montana, you know, when I was 15 years old, that was, you know, he's from the Bay Area. I'm from the Bay Area. He's played for the Niners. You know, that's a good one. I'll say him, and I will go with, when I was 15 years old. Let's say, oh man, this is hard. I'm going to go with LaDainian Tomlinson. He was on my fantasy team when I was about that age and got me a bunch of points.
Hilarious.
So let's go with him.
One more thing about the game Sunday. I forgot because watching the touchdown pass to Josh Reynolds in the fourth quarter, watching you, was he your fourth read on that play?
He was.
How often do you even get to the fourth read?
Yeah, it depends. Depends on the play call and what the defense is presenting. I think more often than not, Ben would like to say that he'd like to have one or two, number one or number two open, you know, majority of the time. But yeah, sometimes you got to get backside, and that play in particular gets backside a lot. So I was prepared to get all the way back through it.
Lastly, Jared, do you have a good poker face? Because you mentioned when that flea flicker is called, everybody kind of gets excited. Do you have to have a good poker face? Do you have to tell the rest of the team, like, shut up, we got this, all right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're not looking at my face from the other sideline or across the field. I can get excited. But yeah, I don't typically want, you know, show the excitement. You never know. It could not work. Who knows? You know, this is football. It's hard, but you have a pretty good idea it's going to work. And when that ball got put back to me and I see Khalif running free, yeah, you can get excited then and want them one for an easy touchdown.
Well, Jared, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. Good luck this week, and we'll talk next week.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
There he is, Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff, our weekly interview here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yep. Carson Anderson, 97.1. You good? You doing good? You all right?
I'm all right.
God, it's been a weird start to the week. I mean, I felt like I had a sense of what our fall was going to be like. And after game 2, the wheels have come off.
Did they come off, or they just, you know, maybe just need to tighten them up a little bit?
Of course they haven't come off.
All right.
But we're taking phone calls from people
yes,
who think the wheels have come off. And, I mean, like we love to say, everybody's entitled to their opinion. However, one thing we're not used to, We're not used to having a team that won't let us down. And so even in the most credible of football products that we put on the field in years, people are having problems reacting to it that way, right?
Yeah, but,
we're just not used to it.
Could be a lot worse. Could be other cities right now.
Right. Well, I mean, if you look at, we'll probably get into it as the week goes on. But Chicago probably panicked.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago's already playing for the next quarterback.
Minnesota, here's what happens when you don't get every bounce.
Right.
I mean, Green Bay, I find myself growing obsessed with every throw of Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm scared. 248-539-9797.
Sure, Cleveland fans right now are they're not happy. They're very concerned. They just saw Nick Chubb get injured last night. And with no Nick Chubb, that offense is totally different because Deshaun Watson still isn't up to speed of what he was when he was playing with Houston.
Yeah. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Mike here next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure. Thanks for calling.
Of course. So I'm driving out west right now, and listen to some of these Lions fans are being, it's insufferable just hearing them, want to blow up everything, hitting the panic button after one bad game, one interception. I'm a lifetime Steelers fan over here. Watching Matt Canada run my offense, I want to rip my hair out. I'll sell my left kidney for anyone on the Lions coaching staff just to have that experience so I can actually be excited about offense. Just watching the same guy run the same 5 plays over and over again. And to all these callers, stop hitting the panic button. You guys have a great thing that any other team in any other state would love to have, but yet once you have something good, there's always those negative Nancy's out there who don't want this.
Well, there's concern, Mike. I mean, the injuries to the team are of major concern.
I mean, they are, but if it wasn't for Nick Chubb being injured, I'm guaranteeing that the Steelers would have lost. And yet we still employ Canada, but yet you have a fan that wants, if Dan Campbell does bad this year, let's fire him.
Well, we had that call. Yes, you're right. And I guess part of this, Mike, has to do with you being a Steelers fan. You've had a completely different experience in your lifetime up until this moment than we have had. So the context of which you view the football world is way different than the way we.
It's not fair.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ron in New York. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
All right, Ron.
Hey, appreciate the call. Yeah, I want to echo all of that. I'm in upstate New York. I'm in Bills Mafia country, and they're just a fan base that you love to hate. They're insane. They travel everywhere with their team, and I was all excited this year. I'm on drinking the Kool-Aid, if you will. But you've got the Bills with their tables, you've got the Lions with their masks, and it's like we've got a culture here. And then after one loss, everybody knows Detroit wasn't going to go 16-0. There was going to be some losses in there, but for everyone to start throwing in the towel and everyone to start talking about bringing out paper bags instead of masks, we can't be the same old Lions fans. We got to keep that culture going. We got to keep that intensity as fans, and we can't stop. We gotta we're the villain squad, one pride. We gotta stick with this team for the first time in I don't know how many years. So
it's interesting you bring that up because normally I would disagree with you when you start making sort of demands on how fans should feel. But here's why I think you're kind of right. I'm not backing off the position that we have a unique home field advantage that they didn't take advantage of given, but I hope this Sunday it's no less chaotic than it was last Sunday. That might be an unrealistic ask, but that's where the fans can make a difference. And it didn't work week one. We're clear on that. We all saw it. But this building can be a tough place to play. I hope people do not lose their enthusiasm for this team.
No, you can't. You got to keep. This is the first time the Lions have sold out season tickets. To keep the hype train going, because we start getting down. You heard Jared say it. He said, hopefully the fans will come back out and be at it again. We don't want to get that doubt in the players. They feel it when you got that energy and that roar, and I don't want the boo birds to come out week 3 because we had one bad week.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Ron.
Yeah, and look, they're not going to boo the team taking the field on Sunday. That doesn't happen.
No.
But
let's say if they get off to a slow start, if they get off to a slow start Sunday, I'm not saying it's reasonable, but I wouldn't be shocked.
They'd have to get off to release those. They have to make like big mistakes. Like if Jared Goff starts throwing interceptions in a game,
yeah.
If they continue to fumble, those are problems that the fans and start doing the dumb penalty stuff, the jumping offside,
right?
That kind of the more unnecessary roughness and stupid stuff like that. The fans won't be so forgiving.
Rico, you looked a bit confused.
Yeah, I was wondering. You're talking about Lions fans booing the Lions on Sunday?
If they get off to a slow start,
I don't think they're going to boo.
I first of all expect them to win the game.
If you don't win this game, Atlanta is a fraudulent 2-0. Okay, they should have lost, but Green Bay let them off the hook. I don't think they're that good. You know what they're going to do. You just have to go out there and get it done. No excuses.
We have to remember that the most important points of comparison are Detroit, Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago, Detroit, Minnesota, right? And, I mean, Chicago's 0-2 and goes to Kansas City. Minnesota welcomes in the Chargers. Now, I had big expectations for the Chargers.
We all did.
And maybe I shouldn't be surprised that the Chargers. Who's favored in that game? Have you seen early?
I have not seen it. The betting guy is going to be here in a second.
Yeah, Vikings are favored.
Betting guy.
Vikings are favored by 1.5. And then what else do we got?
If you're the Lions, you just got to win this thing. You have to. I mean, the fans are ready to believe. You don't want to fall down 1-2 because then you go on the road to Green Bay, and then you get the Panthers, but then you're also staring at going on the road to the Bucs, who look better.
They're not fraudulent, you don't think?
The Bucs?
Yeah.
They're winning with defense.
Did you see I found the point spread. Yes, Chargers are a 1.5 underdog in Minnesota. Did you see what Chicago is for their game with Dallas?
Oh, against Dallas?
No, I'm sorry. No, Kansas City. My bad. At Kansas City.
11.
13.
12.5. Chicago is a 12. Chicago is a 12.5 point underdog. And the reason I said Dallas, that's the same as Arizona against Dallas. That's what Vegas thinks of Chicago right now.
Yeah. What about the Giants? No Saquon.
The Giants are a 10-point underdog to the 49ers. So. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Panic meter. Where are you at? What number? Scale of 1 to 10, Detroit. Hearing all the news that came out yesterday with C.J. Gardner-Johnson out for the year. You don't know when Montgomery's going to be back. Houston's going to be gone for a while. You are now – you kind of skirted major injuries last year. It seems like that's kind of catching up to you. So where's your panic meter at?
We might commandeer that someday. I like it. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, that was my general response when I saw Nick Chubb die last night. And that was the other half of my running back tandem in fantasy. Hi, everybody. I have little patience for nonsense today. We're going to see if we can do a decent show. So here's how we're going to lay this out. We'll get to the Lions at 3. Why? I want to see if I can make it through the 2 o'clock hour. I want to see if I can meander my way through before we talk about the Lions, because I quickly feel the season slipping away. The CJ Gardner-Johnson news has hit me very hard. I happen to like him quite a bit. I think he's a hell of a good player. I thought he was going to be a real leader in this locker room. And, he's dead. So we have a major problem. We're going to get to that at 3. But just because sports provides no joy, and I don't know why any of us like this stuff, Rico decided, hey, we're sitting there in pre-show, and here's Rico. Oh, wow. Ooh, wow. Oh, my. I go, what are you, reading a new comic book? He goes, oh, no. I've got Mel Tucker's statement. So I said, all right, let's lead the show with this scumbag and see if I make it to 3. So here's Rico Beard, looking like he's coaching the Niners defensive line today. Rico, how are you? You look wonderful. I know the shoes were provided by David from your Steelers-Niners bet. Mm-hmm. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
What time does the team plane leave?
We're taking off. Well, no, you guys got to come to us. So, 10.5 point underdog.
So you can read the statement, share with the people, because then I'm going to offer Spartan Nation where I'm at with all of it. And there's no yelling or anything. I just want to know if I'm a bad person, a bad fan. But here's Rico.
No, Mike, it's a very long statement, so I'm not going to bore people with everything. I'm going to try and get you some of the highlights, but it starts off by saying this is Mel Tucker's response to MSU's intent to terminate him. I am disappointed but not surprised to learn that MSU intends to terminate my contract over Ms. Tracy's improper public disclosure of our entire 1,200-page investigation file regarding her baseless complaint against me. He then goes on to say, MSU knew about the information on which it supposedly relied to end my contract since at least March of 2023. The complaint was filed in December of 2022, yet only after Ms. Tracy and potentially other leaked confidential investigation reported to the press did MSU suddenly decide this information warranted termination. MSU is punishing me for Ms. Tracy's leak, which violates MSU's rules against confidentiality of the investigation. He then goes on to say he's expressed his concern over the leaks regarding the confidentiality of the investigation weeks before Ms. Tracy disclosed the investigation details to the national media. He wanted to go after Michigan State. Michigan State received FOIA, Freedom of Information Act requests for the investigation related to me, but denied them, citing privacy on August 25th, well before Ms. Tracy went public with the full file. I demanded an investigation into the leaks. MSU never acknowledged my request, let alone responded. Yet, after Ms. Tracy's attorney recently complained about the alleged leaks of her client's name, MSU hired an outside law firm to investigate, stating confidentiality in these matters is paramount, in quotes. So, when I complain, nothing happens. When she complains, MSU acts, ? The double standard reflects the bias against me throughout the entire process. And then finally, MSU was sent an notice of intent to terminate just days after I emailed Alan Haller requesting a medical leave under the Family and Medical Leave Act for serious health conditions. So I can only conclude that MSU does not care about my rights, the truth, or future liability for policing its own employees' private lives.
Translation. Pay me money. So here's the deal. This guy's a bumbling idiot. Okay, lawyers are going to lawyer. He's got a lawyer. This is what they're doing. Rico has a take. He's going to offer it to you. I have to be very, very honest. I don't know another way to do it. I'm so done with the entire program and school at large.
Yep.
I kind of just want to see it all burn to the ground, and I watch from a good, safe distance. I said to you on yesterday's show, if you're a big donor, I think it's imperative you talk to the school and you say, here's how this is going to work. Show me a functioning president. Show me a board of trustees that can behave themselves. And show me an exit from this buffoon into a football coach I care about, or else my money's gone. That's really just where it's at. I mean, Mel Tucker is arguably the biggest con artist in the history of the sport. It's such an embarrassment. I cannot even believe this guy is this bad. And everything you're going to hear forward from Mel Tucker, it's all lawyering. It's all posture. Yes, thank you, Rika. Ring the bell. So I just, to me, there's nothing to talk about with it because this guy is doing whatever he can because he decided to lose $80 million for being a complete moron. I mean, that's really what he is. And again, if more stuff comes out, which I think you and I both believe it will, because he was a very badly behaved man. He was very busy. I'm fine with it because State already released the termination letter. Right. So it's their former head coach. But guys, here's the deal. My point to you is selectively over the next few weeks, you choose what you want to read. You choose what you want to get involved with because all the media is going to try to do is spin a tale here. I'm fine with it. You want to hammer the school and say it's embarrassing. You hired a guy with apparently just this out of control libido. You do whatever you like. I'm equally embarrassed that he built nothing in 4 years because that's what was on display Saturday when Washington.
That's a bigger crime, in my opinion. Is that you're right? 4 years later, you got nothing.
No. So, but my point is, well, we reached out to Michigan State. Well, what would you like Michigan State to say? Just refer to the termination letter. See, this is where I wish MSU would just flip the bird at the media at large and just go, here's the deal. Termination letter. Termination letter, termination letter, termination letter. Yeah, thank you for your concern. Termination letter.
Yeah.
How about a side of termination letter? See, I don't care anymore. I don't care about the school being viewed one way or the other. I don't care about winning some PR battle they'll never win.
But see, that's the problem,
It just doesn't matter.
They still do. They still hope that someday somebody's going to write a positive article about them that won't include Larry Nassar, and now it won't include Mel Tucker. And I would simply say to MSU, that person hasn't been born yet. So if you're going to sit here and wait for positive press, it's not going to happen. I actually agree with you. Just move on, move forward. Who cares what people say? Spell my name right. We're going to go forward. We're going to try to win names and win games. Plain and simple. That's all you can do. You can't control what people think about you because you will go crazy trying to get people to like you. Now you become like the people who try to get likes on social media. You're trying to get likes in real life. That doesn't happen. If we've all known, man. Unfortunately, everybody's known the couple who gets divorced. There's two types of couples who get divorced. There are adult couples who, you know what? You really don't even know. It's a shock when your wife or your significant other says, hey, do you know that the Smiths split up? No, I didn't know that. They seem so happy. Yeah, they split up. We don't know why. They were adults about it. They kept everything behind closed doors, and they made the settlement. Then you have the other couple. That's the couple who bitch and complain about the other person constantly, and it's the one where you say, please don't invite them to the party. Please don't invite them to the baptism. Don't invite them to anything because all they're going to do is come here and badmouth the other person. They're not adults. They're airing their personal laundry to the public. In the end, we're going to remember both sides. If I'm Michigan State, here as you would say, let me land this plane.
No, you're fine.
If I'm Michigan State, make this go away. Battling it out with Mel Tucker,